Meta are to pause international expansion of the Meta Rayban display. So Meta say they're pausing the Rayban display expansion due to high demand, and they're going to keep fulfilling US orders but reevaluate their international approach. Fed's Barkin says the challenge of the next 10 years is the likelihood that the US will have more jobs than available workers. 1 minute now until we get the market on open imbalance. Fed's bargain says consumer sentiment is important to watch. Market on open imbalance S&P 500 sell side 56 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 10 million, Dow 30 sell side 17 million, Mag 7 flat. Fed's bargain says one positive of AI is to allow people to qualify to do more complicated tasks. Barkin says long-term rates today are being driven by supply and demand of US Treasuries, with supply rising on larger deficits. In 10 minutes time now at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the US S&P Services PMI December final. Forecast 52.9 on the prior 52.9 with a range of 53 to 52.9 and the composite PMI saw a prior of 53. In 5 minutes' time now, at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the US S&P Services PMI December final, forecast 52.9 on the prior 52.9, with a range of 53 to 52.9. The composite PMI had a prior read of 53. One minute remaining. I'll lead with the US S&P Services PMI. Ten seconds. 52 spot 5, 52 spot 5 lower than forecast, 52 spot 9, with the composite at 52 spot 7, 52 spot 7. We have posted the US S&P Services December reports on the feed for those interested. In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be speaking at a GOP event. We do have a live video on the calendar. We'll put it on the feed as well for those interested. So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Trump due to be speaking at a GOP event. We have got the live video on the feed for those interested. S&P 500 extending gains up spot 35%. Silver extending gains as well, last up nearly 5%. Shortly expecting comments from Trump, who speaks at the GOP event. Spot gold rises nearly 1%. So, according to their foreign minister, the Colombian army should defend the country's territory and sovereignty in case of US military invasion. The S&P 500 and Nasdaq extend gains and the Dow turns positive. That's the S&P up spot 4, Nasdaq up spot 5, the Dow up spot 3. So Trump is about to take the podium at the GOP event. Again, we have got the live video on the feed for those interested. US natural gas futures extend losses down over 5% at a 10-week low on forecasts for mild weather and lower heating demand. Trump on the Venezuela raid says we had a lot of boots on the ground. Trump says we will start producing weapons faster. That's Trump saying we'll tell defense contractors to build faster. It takes too long to get weapons made. Trump says I'm going to be very tough on defense companies.
Check 1, 2. Sorry about that, guys. Give me just a couple more minutes. I'm on some meetings here. One way or another. I got some stuff I got to take care of in the background here. We're rippy. We're just waiting for the consolidation here. I was trying to draw this out, but I didn't do the best job this morning drawing this out. If you look on the bottom right-hand side right here, we're just looking for. There's a couple things we're looking for here. We're looking for the push higher, and then the second. Excuse me. Then the second high, and then the push up here to fail. We could lose this right here and drop straight down. But let's take a peek here and see what's up. Hold on here. This is the trigger screen here. Let's remove all this crap here. Move this. How is where are we at right now? Sorry, I was watching Ford this morning. I almost, well, not almost, but I wanted to sell calls on Ford this morning. Some covered calls on Ford, and it ripped up on the open, but then it fucking sold almost immediately. I didn't have any chance at all to sell calls. Hang tight. What am I looking for here? It was a 30-minute basis. You know, like, do you see this here? It's not like we can't continue. I want you to look at this with me if you're out there watching right now. A couple things to watch here. Oh, there's one right here. And there's one right about there. So you can kind of just see if you're watching closely. We're looking for this big squeeze up. Big squeeze up. The idea would be we're going to continue up here. Let me bring this down a little bit, maybe, so you can see this on a 1 minute or a hourly basis. The only real concern I have here is, or not concern, but we're not quite ramping again. We're on the back end of daily velocity. If you look closer down here, we're a little bit, we're not getting that close on a daily basis. So we're rolling at this point on daily, even though we're on an uptrend or upswing on daily velocity. And let me see if I can find another example of this where maybe it failed on a downstroke right in here. So you can see right here, there's like stall, and then drop. Here's another quick drop over here. This is August 21st, September 2nd. So just the one thing about this is all this. This down right here. There's something else here too, which is
The Supreme Court sets Friday as the opinion day with tariffs pending.
oh, that's big. That's actually huge news. Hang tight here, guys. That's big news. Friday for the Supreme Court decision on tariffs. What? That's huge. Hold on, we got to talk about that too. We got JOLTS and ISM tomorrow. Then the big boy NFP and unemployment rate. We got to talk about that then. Hold on, let me turn this off here. We have to talk about that as a group. I have a cheat sheet for the Supreme Court decision on tariffs. It's fairly bullish across the board. I'll post that in the Discord for you. I've got the cheat sheet on it. I didn't know that we'd get that soon. The Supreme Court decision on tariffs. Close that for a minute. Holy shit. That's huge news. We got to talk about that then. That matters. If you are short the market, you should pay it. If you or your friends are short the market, we should go over this today. I wasn't expecting that soon. I was expecting it, but not that soon. That's massive. There. This one here. This one here. There's nothing holding us up here either. We're so close to all-time highs. I mean, that's close. I mean, that might be top right there. For now, that might be top. So we hit this one right here. Watch out for a run lower here. We're very close on this target here for a rejection. We should sell off this. Be extremely careful of a downstroke move here. That might be close enough. I'm not as bullish as I was. Let's look at this really quick. We already hit that target there. We should reject this. That's huge news. Huge news. We got to talk about this Supreme Court on Friday. That is a huge wrench. If you've got plans for Friday for NFP, you may need to alter them. Be very, very. We'll talk about it here in just a minute. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. One way or another, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you. We tagged 690.83. 1, 2, 3. So we're still within 3 here. There's 1. There's 2. This 3 is not done yet. What this is saying is that we're not done. This might be the reason for it. That can come down to right about here. We're still not. When is Friday? Wednesday, Thursday. This has to be it right here. This has to be the Supreme Court. So we got to talk about this. Give me. Well, I'm gonna stay on the show, but give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna put something inside the Discord for you in just a few moments. The tariff decision. Like, if the tariffs are struck down, markets should go big moon, like 2%, almost immediate. And not only that, even the worst outcome on tariffs, because we're rear view mirroring it, even if they're kept in place and you fade the move, it should still rip up. I'll explain it here in a minute in the Discord. That's probably what we're gonna do here. This probably, with that news, I would suspect that we can kind of grind in here and then front run a decision to some extent, and then come up here. You can see this one right here. Or maybe we even just stall in here and go straight up. We don't even need the new high. There could be a process of grinding in here until that decision. I am shocked that the decision is during NFP. I am shocked that they're doing that court decision on Friday with NFP. I'm assuming now that you get the NFP print up here, and then you get, this could be vertical right here. Hold on here. And there's Friday morning right here. That's 2% right here. You have to consider it. There's 705 right there. You know, we could be talking about something like this right here. And then on Friday through Saturday, Sunday, to wake up on Monday morning, just vertical. That's if we stayed in here. That's if we stayed, you know, consolidating, didn't break anything, just staying in here. Vertical straight up. This would be Friday through Monday. And even if it gets faded post decision, it would still ramp. If you're short this market, be extremely careful in here. I'm going to give you one warning. I'm going to give you a warning right now. If you are short the market or have plans on volatility and downside, it's not worth the risk. You trade the reaction on this. So Supreme Court sets Friday as opinion day with tariffs pending. U.S. Supreme Court has designated Friday as an opinion day, signaling that this will be the first opportunity for a verdict on President Trump's global tariffs. The notice on the court's website comes as the justices return from a 4-week vacation break. The courts never specify in advance which decisions are ready for release, simply that rulings in disputed cases may be issued when the justices reach the bench at 10 a.m. Washington time. Given that's Eastern Standard Time if you're not from the U.S. And given the court's fast treatment of the matter thus far, a tariff determination seems possible. Now there could be an idea here where we go down go down in the morning of Friday on NFP and then Rampo-Rama. That's how you kind of like slow this down at this point. Well, I think we pause here and then we'll likely get sucked down into NFP to murder the chain. I would bet that NFP will not matter. It'll be a sell the news event to limit upside on Friday on that decision. Now, it doesn't say we have to have the decision on Friday, but because of where it's sitting on NFP, anyways, if you're short into NFP, I would either be able to get out pricing in NFP early and get out before the 10 a.m. release. That might be a better trade. Just consider this in here. This is, where's NFP at? 8:30. I'm going to go like that right there. And as a matter of fact, at this point, I would suspect it's going to be more like this. I may think we stall in here. I'm betting we stall in here, quick drip and dip, and then straight up. And we'll talk about this right now. Just give me a few minutes. I'll bring it up inside the Discord. And we'll talk about percentage moves and stuff like that. great example of this right here. It's 1600 here. Where's Monday? 9 a.m. Monday right there. Going straight vertical up here. Now, we may not go the full 2%. This would be if tariffs are rescinded, ruled illegal without Congress. There it is right there. That's where it is right there. And that's a full 2% move right there. Hold on here, guys. That's probably the biggest news of the week right there. That might be biggest news of the month. Go over here a little bit. We could grind this out right now. We could spend the rest of the week grinding with that news. We might get fucked here from the theta for the rest of the week. It's very possible. Yeah, we might not get rippy. I bet we grind here. Leave this right here. Just a little bit bigger for you guys so you can see the chat on here. A bit more up there. We might be delaying rippy. That should stall the market. 100% it should stall the market. Be extremely careful of a downside move and then a grind. And I'll explain it to you here why in just a second. You'll figure it out here when I show you this. Well, that sucks. Ooh, my total return is $14. I'm up 1.8% on Ford. We definitely don't want to sell covered calls yet, do we? We want to sell the reaction on that. So I got to be ready for we probably need to go over selling covered calls at some point today or tomorrow. God, I haven't done a covered call in a little bit, or I haven't thought about how to describe a covered call to people. How to make income off of the stock market to never lose your money. We're going to talk about this year is going to be focused on. Hold on. Give me one quick second here. Just write it off. Hate fucking. I mean, it's never your fucking money. It's always like you're just the fucking manager of the money. That's it. I learned that very young. You never were ever allowed to get rich. You're just trusted by other wealthy people to take care of their money. Sorry about that. Okay, so where was I? we need to talk about some. We probably need to talk about that. We have a couple of things we have to talk about today and tomorrow. Before we get to like Thursday, Friday. So this year's focus is where we've been doing this show now for multiple years, and we've hammered different concepts each year. And this year's focus is going to shift to we can degen. I'm okay with degenning, but I'm tired of fielding phone calls from people. I'm not tired of it, but I'm tired of fielding phone calls where I get the nightmare stories on the phone. I don't mind the nightmare stories if someone's trying to turn their trading around. Those are fine. The thing that horrifies me are people that call me and say, I made all this money and then I'm blowing it all up. I'm doing hindsight trading. I'm rolling into bigger and bigger positions. I'm doing my own thing, all that kind of stuff. I have no rules. I don't follow rules. This is where I fucked up. And so I think I'm at a place where I would like this year in particular to change focus to how do you make money in the stock market so that you can fund your misadventures. And I think that's fine. Like, if you can find a way to
US
make
would
money in the
sell
stock
$80 billion
market,
in 4-week bills on January 8th.
just turn
Voice
this off.
news disconnected.
If you can find a way to make regular money in the stock market and never lose any money, like number one, never lose any money. This is shocking, right? Never lose any money, only make money, and repeat that process enough so that you have enough of an account that that you are able to grow wealth and then make mistakes, or say, hey, I made X amount of dollars this quarter. I'm gonna fund a degenerate account, and I can then blow it up, or I can make a bunch of money. And I haven't lost a fucking dollar. Listen to that closely. I haven't lost a dollar, not one. And I think yesterday I touched briefly on cost basis too, on this stuff, right? So what we were discussing yesterday was something that everybody can do, regardless of how much money you make. And so we picked Ford, or I picked Ford. You don't have to pick Ford. You pick whatever you want. If you have a lot of money, you can do SPY. You can do whatever the hell you want. I picked Ford because it's cheap. It has a dividend. It has a lot of liquidity. It doesn't move fast. It tracks the S&P 500 to an extent. It has all the right reasons to sell covered calls against, and some I think it's not cash card. I think it's we can sell short. We can sell puts too against this too. But the idea, at least where we are in the market right now, is selling covered calls. Let me just think about this because I'm doing this without any forethought. Selling covered calls. I can buy a stock. Let's say I buy stock XYZ. Cost me $10. I can pick, and I can do it like a year out. I can do 6 months. I can do 3 months. I can do 2 months, 1 month, a day, 2 weeks, whatever it is. But I can usually sell a 2-month call or something like that, or a 3-month call, 60 days to expiry. Call to sell if I don't think that the price will be higher than $10. Let's say I sell a call for $2 or $1. It doesn't matter, right? Let's look at we don't have to look at it. I'll look at it on my own, but Ford's trading $13.54 right now, $13.55. So if I have a window in between now and which every year there's a week season, right? On average, it starts the first or second week of February. It's like February 5th to 12th, we start flattening usually, and then we start rolling down. So I got to find what's the high on Ford and get peak FOMO, like everybody going, woo, we're going to the moon, baby. And we have that catalyst early. We have the catalyst in a Supreme Court decision. So a trade, the reaction trade on that, if we're mooning, and if, I get forward on a high, $15 or something, I've got the money I've made off $15, right? I sell a covered call on it. And I mean, the stock will go back down again. Let's say it's $10. Let's write it up here. Let's say I buy at $10 and it goes to 15. That's awesome. Made a bunch of money, right? But then I can sell some covered calls on this. And let's say I put 2 or 3 months out for the week season. And the stock price goes up and then down. I'm back to my 10 I originally bought at. But remember, I bought the $10, but then I sell a call, let's say, for $2. I get to add $2 on it. I keep that $2 no matter what. And if the stock goes back down again, and that low season then comes back up again, I can do what? My cost basis is now $12. Maybe the stock's trading 8 or something like that. So I'm back to a flat on the trade. But it's income for 2 months. So I do it 2 months, 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 6 times in a year, making 28, 30, 40, 50% at minimum on that stock. So we will look at this. The best part is, let's say I sell, let's say at $15 and I sell $16 or $17 calls 2 months down the road. We start rolling down to $10 and then back up to 12 or whatever. After the seasonal low, I haven't lost my initial investment, have I? And even if it goes above, let's say it's above 15 in 2 months, it's up at 17 or 18 or something like that. Remember, I bought it $10 and then I pocketed the 2, and I still made $2 on that $10 investment, if that makes any sense to you out there. So maybe I didn't capture the full 17, but I did capture 12. And I can go back and sell that shit again too, right? If it gets called away from me, I pocket the cash, and then I find another stock to buy, or I wait for a seasonal low or something like that. But the idea is that I'm growing this account safely. There's literally zero risk that I can think of. There's zero risk in this trade. It's a matter of, I collect that premium selling those calls every time I sell them. No one gets to take that away from me. If the stock goes underneath, let's say the $10, I just hold on to it until it comes back again. So it's very risk-free. There's some time in there if it goes too low, where I won't realize that profit until maybe down the road, like midsummer or something, early summer or something like that. But even if you get fucked up in the trade, you don't have to realize those losses. It's a little bit better to do this on SPY than any stock. Like ETFs are always better, but we're trying to do this from like a poor man's perspective, poor woman, poor they, them perspective. But it's way, way less risk. And if I do this with adding money into the account once a month or twice a year in seasonal lows, I should be with my DCAs. And then I get my dividends too. And they also, I think Ford has special dividends. When I look back on a full year for the risk versus reward, I bet I beat any savings account. I bet that I beat any bond. I may or may not beat an index. I'm not quite sure there if I will or won't, but there's a fair chance I'll beat any return as a whole for S&P 500 for the year. Like a 14% beat, I can beat 14%. There you might be able to say, well, if you just pick the seasonal low and SPOOs, I would beat you or something like that. That's possible, but I can take like if I'm using this to make money, as a making money operation, one, I get to learn how to generate cash flow near risk-free. 2, I get to make a retirement for myself. 3, I get to fund more risky type adventures. In 4, if I ever do retire, or I'm actually speaking for you guys out there, not me, but let's say I want to retire one day and I still want to generate money. It's easy for me as a retired individual to go out and buy the S&P 500 when I'm 65, 75. So I guess these days you can't retire, but I can go in with some kind of nest egg, like 50 grand, 100 grand, 250 grand. I can just buy the S&P 500 and sell options and have a paycheck every week. Not every week, but every 2 months I get a paycheck. And I'll get a dividend every 3 months. So we'll look at this event here on Friday as a potential to sell some covered call, or to open some, or to say, sell calls basically to everybody. And the reason why I'm saying that to you is because I got to give a huge shout out to John L. And he's begged me to do this for years. He has DM'd me every 6 months to a year and say, why the fuck are you not teaching these people how to do this yet? And I'm like, we're not quite there, John. I'm like, it's very boring doing this. It doesn't make for a good video, for a good live stream. Everybody wants to day trade. People come and go when they can trade, all that kind of stuff. But I think we're mature enough at this point where if you want to learn how to generate income from the stock market, risk-free. Say it again. Now, you might kick yourself because you're like, oh, I missed this big move up or whatever. But if you do this specific thing enough, and I think John has said this to me multiple times, you do it again and again and again and again and again and again and again, you do wake up one day wealthy. You wake up wealthy. And not only do you wake up wealthy, but you get to sell what? I write this all the time in the Discord, don't I? I get to sell calls to suckers. I get to sell calls to the degenerates. And that's what I get to do. And guess what I'm good at? Me, personally, in real life, I'm great at market awareness, aren't I? Fairly good. Close enough, right? Horseshoes and hand grenades. Selling a put or a call 2 months out. This is probably the bottom. I'm going to get a little aggressive with zero dates right now, but within a day or two, this is the bottom. This is the top. So I think you guys have been with us long enough. If you've been watching this show since day one, I think you have become as good as me in market awareness. And I think there's a whole nother group of you out there that never says a word. There's a group of you that never says a word. And I know who you are because you do DM me. You are the guy that's older and wealthy, and you're just looking for what? Where's the major bottom? Where's the major top so I can start selling options? And you guys never say a fucking word, do you? You guys know exactly where it is. You guys want that confirmation, right? Yeah, David AMS, Jim saying this is probably near bottom here. Oh, they just made the turn. We're starting to head higher. It's time to start selling puts, right? This is probably the top. It's time to start selling some calls. So all of this accumulates into selling options to generate income, risk-free. Let me say it again, risk-free. I buy the S&P 500. Ford is it going to go bankrupt? Probably not. Very, very low chance of that. That's like one of the companies, right? It's like Walmart. It's like Amazon. So you can do this and never lose another dollar again. And if you compound this over 5 or 10 years, and we do this together over 5 or 10 years, I promise you, if you don't touch that money, this is a promise. This is like 100% chance of non-failure. I promise you, if you just continue to dump that money in once a month, you generate that income by selling options, and you roll that money and the dividend back into Ford or SPY or whatever. In 10 years or 20 years, whenever the fuck we're done doing this stream, you're going to be rich or have some kind of nest egg. If you're young and you want to buy a house and you've got no down payment, your parents hate you, you will have that nest egg. You will have that down payment. If you're going to retire and you can't trust your company or anyone else out there to have a nest egg for you, this will do it. You just got to have some rules and some discipline. You can't tell your husband you have this money because he's going to want to spend it. You're going to have a whammy. You're going to have some new thing that comes up. Your kid's going to need braces, a car. Your kids are going to get into what? I don't know, might need a new clarinet. That's 10 grand. You're not going to spend it. You're just going to keep it quiet. And you're going to wait until you're old or you have that big life moment. I'm going to buy a house. I'm going to retire. Why a house? Why not the clarinet? Because it doesn't lose value. You can then go to the house, take a second mortgage, and buy that $10,000 clarinet. But this is life-changing stuff. So if you haven't already jumped on board, I hope that you do. Up 2% right now on the buy on Ford. Woo! I know that sounds so non-exhilarating, right? It's not like an option. I'm up 500%, bro. Woo! So that's what we're going to do. We're going to generate income. Risk-free. Shocker. Riskish free. As long as you stay in long enough. All right. So this is big news. Oh boy, Trump just said we have the highest stock market in the history of the U.S. That's never good. Whenever he says that shit, we pull back. Supreme Court on Friday. So that's the first thing we're going to do. So we're going to. Oh, yeah. We're up $24 right now. Woohoo. So what we're going to do here is this is give me like 2 minutes here. I'm going to post some stuff inside the Discord for you so that you can review it. Then we're going to discuss it on the show. And we're going to discuss this Supreme Court decision on Friday. Give me just a few moments here, and I'll be right back with you guys. Yeah, you know, that Justin King, man, like, whenever this bubble pops, it would be really nice to like take this money, dude, and sell it all down, like burst the bubble, and then have all this cash stacked to buy the generational dip buy. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Like 2028, 2030 or something like that. Buy a nice fucking fat dip, and then just run this shit up into retirement. I think we can do this together as a group. It'd be fucking awesome. It'd be fucking rad. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe these are grandiose dreams, but I think we're close to where it's going to be a good trade. Like this trade could be a nice like 20-year trade or something. What do you got here? Oh yeah, I saw it. Hold on, I've got that stock. I own that stock. I saw it bounce this morning. I'm gonna look for it right now. One way or another. I do own that stock. It's trading 79 cents right now. It started ripping yesterday after the bell. I own EVTV. Congratulations, by the way. If any of you own EVTV, I'm still holding it. I haven't sold it yet. Ford has a CS presentation tomorrow, and it involves AI. Dude, if they announce the partnership with NVDA, oh my god. Oh. I should have sold puts yesterday. Let me see if we can catch up to the cost spreads for February. Still a good trade, dude. I'm in that trade for. You should have gotten that trade last week. Hold on here. One way or another. I gotta catch back up here. Dude, Atlas robots? How much are the Atlas robots? I'll buy one of those fucking things. How much those fucking things cost? I'll fucking buy one of those. I didn't get the Grand Wagoneer. I couldn't keep it for as long as I wanted to keep it. I didn't fucking get it. That's why I took the Subaru up skiing. I ended up taking the Subaru with me up skiing. Why is nobody talking about the Supreme Court on socials yet? I'll post that. Nobody's talking about this on socials. Why is that? Can I post this? It's not on Walter Bloomberg. Or is it on? Oh, it is on Walter Bloomberg. I see it here. A determination is considered likely. It's not that expensive. It's only 16 grand. We have to come with $8,000 each. I'll totally buy that fucking robot. I got it up here. Oh no, it's at 75K. No, it's 75,000. The unit tree is 16K. Hold on. The unit tree. Can we fuck the unit tree, robot? Oh yeah, dude, look at the unit tree. It's got a huge mouth. The the unit tree robot. That thing looks like it knows how to give a fucking blowy. Hold on, I'll post this for you. All the I got a bunch of stuff to talk to you guys about. You know, runs into mirrors. Runs into mirrors a lot. Can't step off the sidewalk step. My wife has a little bit of blonde in her. Well, she's kind of blonde and blue-eyed. She always says I'm having a blonde moment right now. Every time I think about robots, I think about Rocky 3. Is it Rocky 3 or something? Every time I remember being a kid watching that movie and seeing Rocky with the robot. And then like 10 or 20 years later, I'm like, ooh. I was like, oh, that wasn't really a robot. And that was really expensive too at that time. I always think about that with robots now. Like how quickly will they Oh, and it's got the fucking housekeeper. It's got the housekeeper shit on. Was it Rocky 4? It was Rocky 4, not Rocky 3. We could take the robot and have him park the cars for us, Winky. Oh, hold on here. Well, you know, like, so yesterday I was watching or after the show. Well, I shouldn't say that. So after the show, doggone it, was top lining the Bill Huang thing, the NV or CES, the CES keynote and all that. And then he had a second keynote thereafter. And I thought about a couple things yesterday on Bill Huang. And I don't know exactly. Oh, dude, come down here to 687. Come down here to 687. Just dump us right down here. Just like this. This the 1 and then the 2 over there. I was thinking about Bill Huang yesterday, and I kept harping earlier in the day with doggone it. I was like, does he bring up my main concern yesterday was, is he going to bring up personal computing and small business computing? I really don't give a fuck about Fortune 500 companies. I'm thinking of this more if you're a small business owner or if you're a private citizen. And there was PC Master Race and our technology about a month or two ago really started getting angry, and a lot of the conversation began with you're crazy, you're out of your mind, this will never happen, trying to use RAM remotely can't be done. So there's no way we're going to switch to a terminal-based society, accessing data centers for processing. And then it also raises a bunch of other concerns with privacy, of course, right? You start thinking about like flock cameras. You start thinking about a stable coin. You start thinking about everyone knowing about your personal computing. You start thinking about kids with fucking being groomed with AI. I'm sorry, I'm against that. I'll come out publicly and just tell you, I'm fucking against that. My kids, in school, their teachers want them to be familiar with AI, use AI. That enrages me as a human. Enrages me. I do not want my fucking kids learning a lot about AI, except for maybe identifying it. I want my fucking children to learn how to critically think, how to write an essay, how to read a book, how to form opinions and thoughts and arguments on their own. I want them to fucking study and memorize fucking equations, algebraic equations. I want them to know how to spell. And some kids are not good spellers, never will be, but I want them to fucking try. I want my kids to fucking learn how to play an instrument. I want them to understand what it means to practice something and maybe get good at it and maybe fail. I don't fucking want my kids to be groomed. I don't fucking want a company knowing what my kids think or feel when they're young. I don't want it. And I'll tell you one thing, if you're not rich, I know rich people don't want their kids doing that either. So over the course of the past month or two on those subreddits, there's that discussion has now turned into panic. And most of these chip makers, less than 10% of their income comes from you and I and small business owners. So they don't even fucking care. And they're charging hand over fist for this chip production from all these data center builders and large corporations. And the reason I was so interested yesterday in Bill Huang and if he was going to bring up personal computing was why? It's because they were aware that you're pissed. Right? But my big question is this. I've got a bunch of questions around that. Why discuss it on the opening keynote speech? Why? If we're going to the big magic land with general AI, you're not going to need it. It's not going to matter if you have your own AI at home. It'll be so fat. I mean, the promises that are made with this should be life-altering for the whole world, right? Quickly. If we get to general AI, you're talking about surpassing human intelligence by hundreds of years. Quickly. Solving things like every disease, maybe even life. Building robots, like fucking like building robots building robots, right? So fast that you might not even see it happen that quickly. So why would you even care about having your own AI at home? You know what I mean by this? Your private AI. So either they're lying or they're trying to push off, or maybe they're saying maybe we won't get Gen AI, or I want to sell you this. I'm going to sell you this like private terminal for your own house. Well, it shouldn't matter within 6 months, a year, or 2 or 5, right? Would it be obsolete technology quickly? And if not, then maybe it is a scam right now. Wait a minute, I was thinking about this yesterday because then they were talking about the AI for cars. And I'm like, well, fuck, if we get general AI, you would solve all transportation within 1 to 6 months, I would think. So does that even matter? I don't know. You're talking about brand deals and partnership deals with car companies. I'm talking about, this new AI thing for people at home. All these other products that they're launching. You know, the funniest fucked up part about this is if they're going to dump all this money into general AI, it should just be all on board on one fucking thing. The race to the top on Gen AI and nothing else. So is that just to placate you and I? Is it like a Band-Aid? What exactly is it? Or are you farther behind than you thought on Gen AI? You need to sell all these other products to get some money flowing. I don't know. But you get my gist on this? That's what I was thinking yesterday. I was like, wait a minute here. I was like, what? Number one, why is he addressing this right away? Probably because the plebs are pissed. But if the promises of Gen AI are real, then it ain't going to matter any of that stuff, is it? It ain't going to matter. It's going to be so fucking fast that you'd have mass unemployment, wouldn't you? It would be so fast. So I don't know. They're either lying, frauding on Gen AI, or once we make that next jump, any of that shit that you buy is going to be worthless and useless. There's no way you're going to have AI in your house with your own compute, your own server, and all that shit. And it's going to keep up with that kind of scale. it would be like you holding a stick while someone else held a laser gun or something at your head or something like that. That's how drastic it would be. So I found that interesting yesterday. I think maybe a lot of that talk yesterday was either meant to placate you and I, or they're not as close to Gen AI as they're saying. It's one or the other. I don't think there's any other answer there. They're either not as close as they thought they were, or it's placation. But I just don't see how that stuff fits in this paradigm if we are getting closer and closer to that moment with Gen AI. Did I say Bill? I meant Jensen. Did I say Bill yesterday? I might have said Bill. If I said Bill, I meant Jensen. Yeah, I'm on that same tip. I wonder why. I wonder why they're talking about that yesterday in the keynote speech. It's my big question yesterday. Like, why are we talking about AI in cars? Why are we talking about AI in personal computing? It's either because Gen AI is farther out than they thought, or what? The build out's going to slow, or they're not going to have the energy. It's speaking to something. It's either speaking to we're not going to have the energy needs for the demand and the time frame that we want. We're not going to have the data centers built in the time that we need, because you got to build more and more, right? The scaling of the data centers is how we get to Gen AI, I think, from what they say, right? So either we're not going to have enough data centers built, we're not going to have enough energy built in the time frame, which pushes it off. What? That's more than 5 years then, right? They make it 10, 20 years. If they're going to get if they're going to do it the next 2 to 5 years, then why would you even consider or care about whatever shit they're doing today for AI and vehicles or personal compute at home? I'm trying to scratching my head on that. I don't get it. Why would it matter though? Like, why do even the taxis matter? I don't understand how they matter today. The only reason that stuff matters is if you don't see Gen AI for 10 or 20 years. If you hit Gen AI, you're going to solve all that quickly, right? Does anybody disagree with that? Is there anyone out there that disagrees that if we hit Gen AI, that we will not almost immediately, for whatever resources we have, start solving all kinds of shit around the world? Am I talking out of step here with that, or no? The only difference that I see, or the only thing that I see stopping it, would be access to resources, which we're doing right now, right? That's my assumption here. We're doing this access to resources for war and to feed into this Gen AI thing. That's my assumption by all the promises that are being made. Or do they have to train us before we get there? That's the Terminator stuff. They got to make us all plebs before we get there. You got to train a generation or two. You know, don't read, don't write, don't spell, don't think for yourself, so you can prep a generation of dumbasses. Sorry to say that, but it's what it is. Like when you start thinking about the things that they're talking about right now, I'm like, man, I'm like, you don't think we have sufficient enough? I mean, like, well, we do have a pretty decent amount of dumbasses, but we probably need more, right? Or compliant. I always felt like that about college. I always felt like my time in high school and college was geared towards, can you sit in a cubicle for 20 years and say, yes, sir, whatever you want, I'll do it for you. And no, I'm not going to cause a problem. Yeah, I don't know. I was fascinated yesterday that that Bill, I mean, that Bill Huang. I was fascinated yesterday that Bill Huang said fucking, like, first out the gate was personal computing, and I'm like, he's saying this only to placate these fucking people. This is to placate the people in the background doing all the work. The PC master race people on Reddit, you know. I'm like, this is bullshit. If they're closer to fucking Gen AI, it ain't gonna fucking matter. Or whatever the promise is of that. Okay, hold on here. I like that all the smart computer science engineers in the Discord are dropping some hammers in there right now. You guys understand what I'm saying with all this? So they're either selling us something because Gen AI is farther off than they think, or the other thing would be it's placation because it ain't gonna fucking matter. And then along the way, of course, they're prepping us all for it, or at least younger generations. I look at my kids right now. Even my oldest is at University of Michigan. They're allowing AI to be used on the side. This is the second number 2 research institution in the United States of America. United States of America. Number 2 public in the world, in the U.S. And they still have it in the sidelines with them. That shit freaks me out. It really does. My daughter's not at that school because she used AI. I was talking to my kids about it. I say it on the show sometimes about when I was a young child, right? I can remember full service gas stations. I remember them. Now, they weren't doing quite what they were doing when my mom was younger, but they were still doing, like, they'd check your oil. They'd fill up your reservoir for water for your windshield wiper fluid and stuff. Yeah. They would wipe down the door cap to your gas tank. I recall those memories. Now you're lucky if you can get a paper receipt, and then you go inside and ask for one. You got to wait in line. You're lucky if the fucking pump works, right? You pull up and there's a little bag on the handle and it matches the handle, so you can barely even see that it doesn't work. But my kids don't know anything about that full service gas station. They have no idea what it means to have someone checking your bags or checking your groceries for you and checking prices, getting you a dented can pushed to the side and sending someone to get a replacement can and then some kids to bag your groceries. Hell, a kid to bring it outside and put it in your car for you, and then take the carriage for you. And my kids are perfectly fine with that because they have no what? They have no experience with anything else. They have no other thing to compare it to. So you can do it the easy way, 2 or 3 generations, and they won't, the next, 2, 3 generations from now, they're not going to have high expectations, right? Of what to expect out of life. Or if it happens too quickly, you'll get people pissed off, won't you? That's where the hard way comes into play, right? The easy way is when you spread it out over time. You can give less and less and less and less, and nobody sees that, right? They don't have any reference point for a better time period. A lot of the stuff that we do today, we can do because people are dead. There are not many people alive anymore from World War II and earlier, are there? There's nobody to say anything. I went through this. I remember how bad it was. Once those generations are gone, you don't have to worry about anybody saying anything, do you? You can kind of even rewrite some history if you wanted to, right? Reinterpret history, historical events. So you do it the easy way. You wait until those people are gone. Can I get one more down leg, please? Just one more leg down. Come on, 12 o'clockers. Sell this down over here for me. Come on, Bears. You can do it. I'm not anti-AI. I'm not anti-AI. I just don't like the where it's heading, or it's perceived to be heading. I like the idea that it serves us as a whole. Pushing that out. Where's 12 o'clock? See if we can get some of that 12 o'clock action going on. I think AI, like, if it was me, I'd probably say I would prefer AI to be developed as a world, kind of like a world Congress or something, and then allow everyone to use the latest AI together. I don't like the idea either of corporations being in charge of it. I like the public-private partnership where the world, not even the country, but the world, makes the final decisions as to how it's used. I don't like footing the bill for it either. I don't like paying for the build outs of these data centers or the energy needed for it. My bills are going up right now from DTE because of this. And I don't fucking like it. I don't fucking like that I wouldn't mind paying that money for the build outs if the government owned it. I wouldn't mind it as much. But I don't fucking like that a private company owns it and I'm footing the fucking bill. And if something goes wrong, the government will have to step in again. And we broke up companies like Ma Bell. We broke up, didn't we? At one point because of something similar. We had to break up monopolies on this stuff. Well, not this stuff, but something similar. And we never gave out nuclear weapons to everybody, did we? We ever just say, like, hey, Bob, you want to own some nuclear bombs? You can go sell them on the fucking free market or whatever the fuck you want to do. Oh, hey, Microsoft, here's some nukes. Start selling them to whoever you want to. Highest bidder. You know what I mean? We never did that, did we? I don't think that we did. I don't see how we avoid UBI, but who's making the decisions on what UBI is? I mean, if all this is real, it's the same circular snake eating its own tail argument. It's like, why are we doing all this? Or why are we talking about this? Some of this other stuff, this peripheral stuff. When if we hit Gen AI, it's not going to matter, is it? Please, please, just give me one more downstroke up here. Just want one more dump. All right, let me get you guys this thing here. I'm on a tangent tear right now about this stuff. It's not squeeze deja vu on Bitcoin. We're just gonna go trade 100,000. That's what we're gonna do. Hold on, here, I want to show you guys this. Hang tight, guys. I'm gonna post this for you right now. Where the fuck did I read this? I read this yesterday. Hang tight here. I gotta check my history here and look. I gotta see where I read this. I do not sleep. Looking through my history right now. I had helicopters in my neighborhood yesterday. They didn't show up on flight radar. I've got it in front of me. Where is this thing? There we go. Found it. And I will get you the white paper on this stuff. I don't think anybody has this out right now, so we'll see here. On here. Okay, where is the actual? This is Barclays. Venezuela. Venezuela. Where is the JPM? See if I got this here. It's from January 5th. Preview. Okay, here it is. I found it. I found it. Hold on here, guys. January 5th, 2026. Give me one quick second here. Just watch this closely here, see if this fails or not. It's looking pretty bullish here, guys. I don't know if we can get that downside move. If you see us break this white line right here, See us break that white line. We should start cranking up here. Sorry about that. I'm in the middle of something here. I've got some meetings going on. Trade war improvements. The trend through, watch this closely here. Trade war improvements. Listen to this closely here. The trend through 2025 was both a lower effective and realized tariff rate. Fighting our way back up to support. Market trying to fight its way back up here to hit that target of 69.50. Watch this right here. SPOO's fighting its way back to 69.25 right now. If it regains 69.25, we should be able to trade up to 69.50. can see that. Thank you. I appreciate it. One quick second here, guys. Hang tight here, guys. I just want to show you this. I wonder if all this is going to change quickly. I have a feeling this is going to change rapidly with this tariff news. I'm looking for here. One more quick second here, guys. Hold on. Not off. I don't see risk off at all. Nope. Hold on here. Sorry about that. Squeezing higher than the white line, we should see a nice big break to the upside. No second leg down. If you watch on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, we should come up. Nice little cup and handle right here. Whoop, up here, and then bam to the upside. If you're a member, I did just drop. If you are not hanging out in the Discord, I did just drop the. I dropped two things in there. I dropped tariff expectations for Friday. I'll read it to you on screen for free. If you can like and subscribe to these videos, I'd appreciate it. But I'm going to read a document to you about tariffs on Friday. And then if you're a member and you don't hang out in the Discord at all, I did drop Larry Williams' forecast in there for you to review. If you want, we can do a. You want to do a stream on that? Maybe a private stream. We can review it together if you want. I will tell you this, that he's pretty fucking bullish this year. Oh, wow. You want to do the private stream on it? Do you want to do it today or no? We can do it whenever you want. We can do it tomorrow if you're sideways. If we were selling this down, I would have done it today. But we're not. So if we had taken the second leg down here, we could look at that, but we're not doing the second leg down. I wonder what IWM's doing right now. Is it going vertical yet? When did that tariff news drop? I'm assuming that IWM is going to go straight vertical on that tariff news. Yeah, the JD I liked too. There's something else here too going on where if you read that white paper, if you read that JPM white paper, they talk about Chinese money coming into US markets. I wonder if that has something to do with war too. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's just parked. I'm looking at IWM. Thanks for the update, Demi. I brought it open on my chart. I wanted to see if they were going to start fucking going vertical and price it all in. If we're going to do it early before we get there, before we get to Friday. And sell the news. On that, in that full white paper, if you dig into it, the one from JPM, the tactfully bullish white paper, if you read through that white paper, there's a section in there where they discuss Chinese, or it talks about like buybacks and talks about earnings season. Then it talks about deployable cash in the U.S. for the market, and then QE talks about QE, but then it also talks about China money. And who's this guy? It's an M&A guy. And then I met an M&A guy the other day in a bar skiing. Inside that same article, though, it talks about money coming into the U.S. from China and it's not leaving emerging markets and into U.S. markets. What I found fascinating about that was when you hear about the debasement trade of the dollar, back in 1997, there was an Asian financial crisis trade. And like Russia found out that its economy was all fucked up, or the oil economy was all fucked up in Russia, ringing a bell maybe. And then some of the surrounding Southeast Asia countries were having problems, and China was having problems. And guess where all the money fled to? In 1997, it's called the Asian financial crisis. You can look it up on Google. And what happened was, now if we're in the middle of the AI bubble, and we ran a program like that again in the world, money poured into the United States, and it saved the dollar, right? So the dollar was saved. So the dollar bounced on this trend line. Let me show it to you. We do Dixie. To read that white paper, right? What's fascinating about it is it talks about Chinese money coming into the U.S. And if you look back, way back in history, look way back in history here in 1997, it happened right here. I need the low. Can I make that line thick? Nice and thick. We want to talk about history rhyming. way back in here, when we hit the right here, we came into the middle part of the internet bubble. The dollar started actually going up. This is the mid 1990s. The dollar started going up. It's very rare to see equities and the dollar go up. And this is the setup inside of that tactfully bullish, on money coming from China into the U.S. Now I don't know if we still have the war and all that kind of stuff, but fascinatingly enough, where are we right now? Same place. On trend, same place. So if you think that, hey, if the debasement trade fails and we start to see investment in the U.S. and dollar starts going up in 27, 28, and you're expecting even if the dollar goes up, the market's going to crash, that might not be the case. And that white paper makes an argument for that. In 2026. Hold on here. Let me go back over here to the main screen so we don't have to deal with this bullshit of resizing all this. SPOO's regaining 69.25. Watch out for Rampo-Rama. If you're a short, get the fuck out of the way. I'll be honest with you. You're going to get squeezed. You're going to squeeze your balls off here. As the market digests this tariff decision, read through. I'm going to read this to you right now. I'm still long Bitcoin. Vox, I'm still long Bitcoin. I'm going to read this to you guys here. Hold on here. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up here in the background. All right, trade war improvements. The trend. Sorry, I have I'm in the background. I'm trying to take care of a bunch of people in the Discord right now. Trade war improvements. The trend throughout 2025 was both a lower effective and realized tariff rate. The major trade-related catalysts will be stronger. U.S.-China deal, which appears to be chips for rare earths, and USMCA renegotiations where the U.S. will look to hold discussions with Canada and Mexico separately. That's this summer, by the way. You should see that, I think, June and July. Given the November-December election outcomes, the administration is attacking the affordability issue, so we may see tariff rates move lower in 2026, even if temporary. Key here, right? Even if temporary. The U.S. market intel SCOTUS scenario analysis, the P tariffs upheld, is sourced from Polymarket as of Jan 2, 2026. The balance of probabilities are market intelligence estimates. tariffs struck down and immediately replaced, there's a 64% chance. This is the base case per comments from both Trump and Besant. The outcome seems like a time value of money problem where cash flows in year 0 increase the amount of the tariffs through that money, though that money will likely need to be recouped via lawsuit. So cash flows in year 0 increase by the amount of the tariffs, though that money will likely need to be recouped via lawsuit. That means you're not getting the money back, okay, right away. Even if it's struck down, there'll be lawsuits filed. Future realized effective tariff rates should remain similar to what was paid in 2025. Look for the SPX. Listen to this closely here. This is if tariffs are struck down and immediately replaced. Look for the SPX to rise on the announcement, 0.75% to 1% on the same day. Then for investors to fade the move as the administration replaces emergency tariffs. SPX closes up 10 to 20 bips. Besant says that the Trump admin will be able to replicate tariffs even if it loses the court decision. So you get the initial ramp up. Tariffs bad, right? Ramp up. 1.75 to 1%. So we have an announcement here early. Do they attempt to price this in early is the bigger question. Remember, I'm telling you this before Friday. Today is fucking Tuesday. So looks like we're going up right now. The market's digesting this Friday announcement. I want you to listen to the rest of this white paper right now. Tariffs upheld. You ready? Only a 26% chance of tariffs being upheld. That's it. 1 out of 4 chance that tariffs are upheld. We could start front running this at some point if they wait. People are going to try to get in on this trade and price it in right now, so be aware of it. Tariffs upheld, only a 26% chance. SPY squeezing right now, trading 691.05. Tariffs struck down and immediately replaced. Tariffs upheld, 26%. This status quo outcome may see bigger moves in the yield curve than with equities. So no equities, not down, just the yield curve. Given how much the yield curve appears to have adjusted to a SCOTUS that strikes down tariffs, look for the SPX to decline 30 BP to 50 BP on the same day. So you price in the most likely scenario. That's the upside move, 76% chance, or 75% chance roughly. 64% chance. And then a 26% chance of a downside move of 25 bips to 50 bips in the same day. So you get that announcement at 10 a.m. on Friday. So if they ramp us up Moonis into NFP and front running a strike down of those tariffs, you still want out in either case, don't you? So if you get tariffs struck down, you're going to sell the news on the rip. If you get a tariffs bad or tariffs are good, you're still going to sell the rip or sell the price on the announcement. So either way, you should, if they're going to front run this, you want in now rather than later. Tariffs struck down and replaced after midterms. So this would be where tariffs are struck down. We rip up 75% or 0.75 to 1% in the market. And we don't see a court case immediately filed from Trump or Besant. Why would you think that might happen? The Democrats out there don't want to hear this, do they? So the tariffs get struck down. Trump says to you out there, you know what? It's midterms coming up. We're going to look at all other options. And, we're going to take some time on this. We're not going to immediately fucking piss everybody off. And all of a sudden, the anger level drops. If they spun it right, everybody's happy, right? Even the MAGA and Republicans going to be like, whew, got a little bit of sweat breaking off the brow over there, right? little bit of taco time, a little bit. We've been doing that taco time, right? Just a little bit of like, yeah, we're going to go back to the renegotiating table with tariffs or other options for the U.S., even if they still file that court case after the midterms. So tariffs struck down and replaced after midterms. There's only a 9% chance of that happening. The most bullish outcome, as this assists the Fed's tariff-induced inflation headwind. Whoa. Let's listen to that closely. The most bullish outcome is this assists the Fed's tariff-induced inflation headwind. It gives small businesses temporary relief, but increases uncertainty unless there is a specific announcement on timing. Assuming the administration is transparent on timing, look for the SPX to rise 1.25 to 1.5% on the day, with RTY significantly outperforming. So this is why I'm watching IWM on the screen. I'm assuming here that Demi is watching it as well. If you front run that IWM trade, even if it doesn't come through, if I was short RTY, I wouldn't want to be short here for sure. No fucking way. From now into Friday at 10 a.m. would I want to be short RTY. They could just front run it, squeeze this fucker up 1 or 2%. So personally, I wouldn't be short RTY here, just on the thought of this possibly happening and gaining some points for the midterms, because we all know midterms are usually not kind to the incumbent. Not always, but most of the time, not kind to the incumbent. So Trump needs everything he can get on his side to win this midterm. The last option for Friday would be tariffs are struck down and there's no replacement. Whoa. I don't know if you're going to get that one. That's a 1% chance. Now, if you got that one, where you got the White House tries to spin, but doesn't make any sort of replacement after midterms, we'll let the people decide. Kind of a thing. He just says, you know what, we're going to dump it for right now and we'll come back to it later, but no key time frame. This would be the most bullish outcome for stocks, but makes sense to see the recent yield curve steepening continue more aggressively. So there may be rates vol-induced limits on the equity move. Speaking to our colleague Mark Whitworth, he highlights that some of our rate clients think this outcome would push Trump to an incrementally more dovish Fed candidate. View is that the candidate is announced post-SCOTUS ruling. This would twist the yield curve steeper, with the back end selling off on higher inflation expectations. The SPX would rise 1.5 to 2% in the day, again with RTY outperforming. So on that real, like, outside of the range 2% upside move, yeah, of course, if you squeeze up that fucking high, you know they're going to sell the news on that shit, right? Vol's going to fucking ramp. That would be the spot up, vol up type scenario. That still only puts us at 705, though. That does not, unless maybe we move up to 705 from now into Friday and then go up 1 or 2%. That would send us to the 715 by fucking Jan 9 or some shit like that. Or maybe Monday or something like that. Maybe you don't get the full move on Friday, but it continues into Monday. And then you sell the open on Monday at 705 or 715. I don't see the Republicans keeping the House personally. I've looked at the math on it. I've read all the white papers on it. I think in the white papers I've read are from Republicans. They do not think they're going to own the House. They think they're going to own the Senate. The House should be split. They looked at, like, I looked at a bunch of white papers that discuss this in depth and detail. The Dems should recover some of the House for the seats that are open, but the Senate, man, I don't think so. Unless people aren't being honest. The only takeaway I have here, if you're MAGA or Republican, if you're fearful at all, the only thing that's really going against you right now is it's from the MAGA people that I talk to, it's hard to gauge one aspect of them which is their fear of AI. They're cognizant of it, and I don't know if that comes into play in this election or not. In this midterm, that's the only thing I see for MAGA. If there was like a Republican, if the Republicans come out to vote and they're just like, I'm not quite ready for this AI thing. That's my biggest fear for, and I'm not a MAGA Republican, but if I was a MAGA, I try to put myself in their shoes. If there's one fear, if I was MAGA Republican, it would be AI. That's the only thing that I can see. It's the only topic I can speak to a MAGA person or even a Republican, and they admit to that fear, the no control over it. Will I have a place in this or not? And it's like talked about this yesterday. They're sticking their heads in the sand over it too. They don't want to discuss the reality of if they're not lying and we get Gen AI, what is the reality of that? And every time I get to that question, I get stonewalled. Not quite stonewalled, but I get told things like I have kids, I have grandkids. I don't want to think about that outcome. So I know that it weighs on their minds, and I've asked these people. I've asked at least 10 at this point, trying to find out if there's any kind of hidden voter hidden voter fear. I remember when Bush won, they said it was taxes stupid or taxes dummy. That's a real thing. People go to the voting booth and they'll tell you they're going to vote one way and then they'll vote another, and never tell you, your husband, wife, boyfriends, girlfriend, whoever the fuck you are out there. When voters care about something, they will sometimes not tell anyone about it, and that's the only thing I can gauge right now that I can see if there's like any kind of fear for losing both Senate and House. And I think the House is like 50-50. No, excuse me. They win the House, but the Senate is 50-50. But you get the tiebreaker with the vice president, so you win if you're MAGA. Oh yeah, brother. You're saying Trump will be mad? I don't know. I don't know these midterms. I mean, I agree with you that Trump will come out and be mad and stuff, but will it be show or not? Or does he want to placate voters? These midterms, man. These midterms should have deep consequences. Deep consequences for the next 10 or 12 years. At least the next 10 or 12 years. These midterms are going to decide, in my view at least, or yeah, it'll make changes that'll be unrepairable for at least a decade. What's that? What are you talking about? Oh, I missed that. What? Oh, I missed something. Can't see. $1.7 or what? What are you talking about? Oh, you want to know if we're going up to 1.7? Ooh, I'm making a lot of money today. Check that out. We're talking about this trade called Tongue F. Everyone's looking to get into minerals, and one that has not moved is TUNGF. How are we doing on Ford right now? Ford's doing pretty good. We're gonna smash and trade 1444. Fucking sell like $15. I wonder if it can back test on 13 after 15 and hit 18. Switch back over there. Breaking out, no pullbacks here. Coming into all-time highs now. Dude, we should just blow by this right now. I got to start thinking about selling some puts. No, I'm not going to sell puts yet until Ford does their AI thing. IW, I'm melting up now. Watch out for the squeeze here, boys. I'm going to fucking print so hard on these fucking spreads. It's going to be a bitch for it to get over that 500, isn't it? I don't think it's done coming down on Tesla. Where's the 30-minute on this? I see your point on the 30-minute looks great. The daily looks like dog shit on Tesla. I'm gonna look at it right now. Well, there's an invalidation of the new high above. The daily velocity looks like dog shit. The 30-minute velocity looks good. 30-minute hourly velocity HT and the daily looks pretty good. It just broke below its weekly support at 434. It broke through today. I'm with you. I think Green Vegas. No, I don't know. I'm with Green Vegas here, but let me just look at this really quick. You want to look at this together? Let's get Tesla together. Let's start at the beginning. All right, so this is Tesla. Their earnings are Wednesday the 28th of January. ER Wednesday the 28th. Wait a minute. I have that wrong? Okay, here's the ER date right here. I mean, this looks like a sell the fucking news. It's always sell the fucking news, right? I would be selling calls on this all day long. I don't know. I mean, if it was me, I'd be selling calls up here at 500 for sure, and I would close as we get into ER. That's a no-brainer. Off 500, you sell, calls above 500, grind down into their ER. You're out. Don't care at that point. What happens with their ER? It makes sense to sell calls on this, but there's Tesla. I think the bigger idea here is that's a pretty major high right there. Leave that one up there. mean, bam, we're not quite there. So even if you hit it, even if you hit this on their ER, they're going to try to sell it down again. So this makes sense to sell this. Not only that, it's 500, it's close enough. Hand grenades and horseshoes, selling calls. This seems like a no-brainer. Sell it down, sell it down, sell it down. We're past support right now. It's only the first low at this point, but let's look at this right here. Now, it is fascinating to see this right here. If you take a look at this push up, right? We get the push up right here. Down buyers, right? This is distribution if you don't know. This is called a FOMO distribution, or I think it's called a FOMO thrust. It's called a FOMO. It used to be called a FOMO thrust. So you FOMO thrust up here and you begin distribution. It kind of looks like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the break is right here. Just so you can see it. And you could theoretically have it right there. Okay. That looks fairly consistent, normal, right? SPY looks like this as well. This is the tariff, not tariff, the rate cut trade. 1, 2, and 3. But the problem here is you're living and dying by this isn't like an index, this is a stock, so you're kind of living by this over here. And this fade should take into April, May. There is a right here. I'd put that right there. You want to put this one in here? You do not want to breach 40808. And I am not a fan of this one right here at all. I'm not a fan of trading 378 in any way, shape, or form. I do not like the trade down here to this weekly down here. I don't like it at all. Whenever I see this, I always like staying on trend. I do not like these like wicks down here. I don't like them. It's an easy way to get trapped, and then you get fucked up in this trade. If you know anything about these trades here, this distribution, let me explain this better. You have a target up here. Normally trading down here, you have the FOMO. Once you're up here, it delineates the start of distribution. It's normally 1, 2, 3, and then the break. Now, normally on this break here, I like to see like the new high, right? I like to see the first bounce right here, but then the second two, I like to see higher. Just like that. And then the drop. I like to see it more like this. High, 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 and new higher low, higher low, higher low. You can break underneath it, but I don't like it. I normally don't like it. So I like the low, and then one more high up here. I don't like these new lows. I don't like shit like this at all. I don't like it. It's definitely in distribution, whether you know it or not. Let me just look at this really quick. I like the idea of buying a dip at 411.41. Even 410, 408. I don't mind it down here because this opens the door too to this roll. So I'd take this all the way down to the weekly. 405.76. I do not like anything down here. I got no love of anything down here. Spoo's cranking. Tongue G cranking. There's something else if you look at that chart, that Tesla chart. You know, if we start breaking down and trading that 378, 408, you're kind of trapped down there. It seems really dangerous. You know, they start dragging your ass down into 360, 320. The one thing I'll say to you is this: on that Tesla chart, right? Wherever it bounced, or here, let's go look at that one more time. So this Tesla chart here, I want you to consider, now, number one, you've got this gap's being closed. You got a little bit of gap down here. Within this, you could see like a drop, a bounce, and then more plunge. What I would say to you on this stock would be, make sure that you're confirming the bounce. So we're going to go to an hour here. So let's look at this Tesla. So let's say you see Tesla come down like this, right? Let's say even if it comes back up and comes back down here, whatever it is, just remember when it bounces, make sure that you're confirming that you're above the prior high. Make sure that you have the hourly trigger on, or hourly trigger at least on your side. But you could get trapped in here too. You know, that daily trigger comes across and you're still living and dying by the sword. It's a really dangerous thing here. I like the down move here, and then I like waiting up here to sell it. So I think it's pretty dangerous. There's a potential for you to, like, I don't know, buy some calls and get out, like catch the premium on call buying. If you want to be a call buyer on Tesla, you buy the calls, but then you get out before you get to this daily trigger, and you let the the fucking degenerates play this. You sell the calls to the degenerates once they're valuable. Once you get the premium kick. So you're not really going to care if it goes up or not. You're just going to care that people are buying calls in here. You're not looking for the payout on this. You're just looking for the call premium. Like, you're directionally don't give a fuck. Spoo's coming back to attempt a trade to 6950. Note that we are also near all-time highs. Reddit up at 1.5%. KRMN up 3.5%. That looks juicy to sell, doesn't it? I'm dropping some NFP data right now for Friday in the Discord, and CPI data. CPI preview and NFP preview. Hold on here. Hang tight, hang tight. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to service the Discord right now. I'm falling behind here. I have a lot of questions I'm trying to answer. There was a new low. Well, look, you want to look at this one together? I know. Hold on here. I don't want to talk about this on stream, but I will. Okay, I will. I'll look at it with you. Hang tight here. I'll look at it with you. I don't like talking about this stuff because it's such a low float right now. Give me a second here. I got to look at some of the stuff here on this. We'll look at this together. Now, normally I don't like. So, any of you watching this show that has never watched this show before, you're new around here. I'm not a fan of seeking alpha. I want to tell you that off the top, okay? But they do offer some nice, free, easy data. Chat box, can I mute this? Okay, and then mute my camera. Mute the web frame. There we go. This is ASST. I'll use Seeking Alpha for just data. Quick reviews of data. So this is ASTT revs. Their revs are outstanding. 1.47, 1.47. This is quarterly revs. Boom, right? Fiscal quarter Q4 estimates pretty high here. Fiscal quarter 1 of 2026 estimated to be even higher. Earnings per share. Quarterly, nice big fat earnings. Huge, right? This is a good company. Generally speaking. ASST is the name of the company. Let's look at them. Hold on here. Dude, what is going on here? I fucking hate AI. Fuck AI. Fucking hate AI. I fucking hate you, AI. Like, I hate you. Next thing we're going to look at here is I'm old. We're going to look at their earnings. Short interest update, Strive interest, preferred stock dividend. Ooh, preferred stock dividend, 12.1225%. That's nice. Earnings date. February 6th. Looks like it's a February 6th, I think. We'll look at it again in a minute here, but what do they do in their earnings? This is what I care about more here. Down and then up. Let's check. Stay on trend. Late over here. Late over here. Late. April has grind up in March. Ramporama. Let's see when they're looks like their earnings are not until April. But it looks like they super ramp up into April. There's one thing I don't like about Strive. Let's do this on a daily basis. It says their estimated date is Wednesday the 25th. But I don't see any prior earnings in February. So I think their estimated earnings is wrong. I think their earnings are going to be out here in March or April. There's no date yet. I think it's going to be sometime in here. There is a concern here with this company. The first thing is you have you don't have a prior low. You do here though. You've got a prior low here. Okay, so there's a few things we need to see here. We need to snap a line over here. So they bought this over here, bought this over there. They bought this one here. Hold on. They bought this one right here. Ramporama. They bought this one right here. Okay, so we'll say the last known buyer is right here. It's right where that gap is, right there. You'd expect them to step in here to buy this. Now, the only problem I have with this, if I had a problem with this, it's that there's a low and then a lower low. I don't like that. So we'll look back on this one. The reason I'm bringing this one up here too is twofold. You have this, well, this is a low, this is a higher low, but this is a new low over here. So, worst case scenario, you're coming down here to close this again, and then swinging up. And that's why they got this right here. So, right in there. That makes sense to me. That looks correct. So, I would think on a base case here for ASST. I would think for a base case in here for ASST that traders are going to think that it's going to close the gap and come up here and we're out of here. I don't see that trade. I think they're going to trap you in here, grind you out, and then you don't get released until April and June. And there's your cup and handle. If you're looking for Does it come up here for your ER and then even down farther? We don't know. Big question mark. If it was me, I would think, let me just check a few things here. There is good accumulation here. There's good accumulation here. You've got kick-ass accumulation in here. You've got some real weakness in here. But even so, it could be see how long this got accumulated for? This is like October, November, December, the amount of time that was spent down here. You start one more downside move, and then we're up and running. I think it's fine to accumulate. The only thing I would say to you would be see all that. This is doom. This is doom. If you're gonna buy calls, I would say you're working with that right there. One, two, close the gap. 3, 4, 5, but then you're still down again over here. And then that's your bigger release over here. That would make sense. One, two, three, four, five. Grind, grind, grind. 1, 2. This would hold on your daily trigger. Up, down, up, down. This would turn up. This would turn up, and this would be your big. You have one more down there. And there's a bigger trend here. A lot of work in here. Spooz looks primed, ready to squeeze again. Wait a minute. Bottom right. The only thing I'd say to you on the ASST thing would be it's good for a short-term play. Just want to see if this comes up or not. Whenever I turn the chat off on other screens. Yep. There we go. This looks like we're pricing in the fucking thing, doesn't it? Tell me it doesn't look like we're on R2 right now. R3 is at 692. Uh, 40, 692.50 would be the target if you wanted a target for upside. I'm making bank right now. Or I think we are. I'm pretty happy right now. Yep. I didn't know if they were going to murder it with all once the calls stop. They could murder it. It looks like they're pricing it in right now. We do have at 10 a.m. tomorrow ISM services, PMI, and JOLTS. So we got plenty of room to run till 10 a.m. tomorrow. On Thursday, we get claims, and then Friday, NFP. So, like, between now and 10 a.m. tomorrow, there's a sweet spot, 10, 12 o'clock in the morning.
Please comments from Jensen Huang.
Tongue up 16 fucking %. Jesus Christ. tongue fucking ripping faces off. They're almost coming into the place where, not quite there yet, but it's getting a little long in the tooth. 224 would be a nice target. Tongue is fucking moving right now. Few more runners here. I would think that if you were going to price some of this stuff in, that you would, if you're going to price some of this, like, if we're going, you figure if like you'll hear like we're going to price this in, it's probably lots of call buying for the Friday thing. So you figure they'll be done buying calls by 9-10 o'clock tomorrow, and then dealers will counter trade that trade. And a good vol event would be the 10 a.m. drops on ISM and Jolts. Either way, you're selling the news on the event. So you want to be long now for it. So, you know what I mean? Even whether they stifle it or not, it doesn't matter. You want in now. And you sell the news regardless on Friday. Whether we move higher or not. Today or Friday, it doesn't really fucking matter. So I would assume everybody's buying calls. And I'd probably raise this right here. You can kiss off with that downstroke over here. That ain't happening. Then you got a speed bump up here at 6957 or 75, and you got a target of 7,000 up here. And we haven't even talked about Sarah, let's go down here and look at this together. Let's just get rid of this slop over here for intraday stuff. You want to think about something in here like, here's Friday. Let's call this 10 a.m. But I want you to think about something here, which would be, I want you to think about something here because what you'd be doing here is you could reject this and then have to like go up here. You know what I mean by that? Like, we squeeze this out like today, reject this for tomorrow, and then like have to fight to get back up there. And then it becomes like a lot of bullshit in here. This is Thursday, 9:30. There could be a lot of nonsense in here. Like the easy part of this trade for Friday is right here. Even if we ground here and went up, or we go up here, start grinding down here, it doesn't really matter. You want to be in over here somewhere. If that makes any fucking sense, I don't know. You should see some resistance up here. There's a pretty hard target. I'll show you what that looks like. 6950 is right here. So we're coming into this right now, like, like you're going to reject this, have to swing back up again, break above it, nonsense. And even to hit this bar, you need a catalyst like tariffs. To hit this bar, you're gonna need tariffs to hit that. Now the key point in this is if you get up here to 7,000, does it ignite call buying? And this next target here is 7050. So we can talk about this. So let's say you're up here, right? This is the real target up here, but you want to think about there, somewhere in there, roughly this right here. It'll be important on Friday. It'll be important on Friday because what you'll see is, you remember you got like call buying, right? And dealer's hedge, need catalyst. Catalyst over the weekend, you need like Friday call buying all day long, right? So this would be Friday close. You need like ramping call buying up here in a Friday close to sell Monday. Does that make any sense? Like dealers chasing price. I know it looks like slop. But you get the gist, right? Like if you're up here on Friday, as long as everyone's buying calls like, oh my God, we got tariffs. Oh my God, we're getting refunds, fake or not. And then you ramp this up over the weekend, come back on Monday at like 7:05, and then you're just selling the fucking open on Monday. Or we ramp up on Monday, and then you're teeing off to sell, to check back on Friday low over here before you can actually trade the 700s. You guys, we've done this enough that you guys understand this, right? So what happens is, the tease is 715. You're up here call buying. Maybe we squeeze up here on Monday, but then it's faded, blast back down, right? And then you're dealing with all this into what's interesting about this is your OpEx is here. So this would like bring you back to like 7,000 for OpEx, and then an unwind, of course, of some kind if you can't break trend. And end of month, you would go into the 7.0 or 7.15. Or this could even take into February, hit the upside of the JPM calls, and we should sell this pretty big, pretty violently. So, start selling calls up here. But this could take into February too. This may not be a January thing. Like this process over here can be a real motherfucker. You're talking about something that could take, there's your when the daily trigger's flattening too, it would start rising, but this is your month end over here. It could be a real motherfucker. This is still distribution. So like it's still fucking distribution. Like so you're like ramping the call buying for 705, then you get rocked. Here's new month flows right here for February. If we haven't lost trend in early Feb, now you're then actually looking to trade this for February. I think I've got 715s I told you for OpEx in Feb. So you got this whole trade right here, fuck you trade, and then you got the mid-February 715 target. And this could even take into March. They love fucking people. So, I mean, you figure this could be 715 into March if it stays. If we can hold the market up into March, which is rare, but if we could, you're talking about like, fuck you in here, right? New flows for February. You hit 710, let's say, for Feb OpEx. And you're like all pumped up for 715. Fuck you, no. And there's your JPM short call. And you're thinking we're gonna hit 715, but you're the bag holder, and we're out of here to the downside, or you know, like fucking sideways, mid-March down. I would be trying to exit market in here, personally, but I think that's top. The crazy part about this too is the crazy part about all this is when you come into like April. I talked to you guys about this whole like closing the fucking door on the New Year candle. So where you don't see the volatility, this is November, December right here. So like you get faked out in here by like mid-Feb. They're jackknifing you down in here, but you're holding the November, December for springtime. And what happens is you get the into like late summer, you don't get the new high. We get that election volatility. You get your second fucking your second low here for late year, and then the election volatility is gone. You've wrapped up all the Fed bullshit. So you've wrapped up the no cuts Fed, no cuts. Election volatility is wrapped up down here. Election vol. And then once they start figuring out that the MAGA is going to win, they start pricing in MAGA winning. It's just like 2024 in November. And all of a sudden, you're like pricing in another
Germany's
2
chancellor
years of
Merz,
stupidity.
excuse me, says that the US is willing to provide
You know
backstop
what I mean?
for
And
security
it's like
in Ukraine.
literally straight vertical into end of year. And we get a massive print into 2027. 2027 could turn into like all this nesting in here could turn into like 2027 being straight up fucking vertical. Straight up vertical. That's neither here nor there, but this is all macro bullshit. It doesn't mean nothing. Like all these fucking like we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that and all that other kind of stuff. Don't pay too much attention to that stuff. A whole bunch of other shit can take place. That's basically your year outlook. I just gave it to you. That's basically your outlook right there. that's basically it. There are a couple other outcomes, but I told you about this last year. I said to you, there's another outcome. There's like a really bearish outcome for 2026, but there's a bullish outcome for bubble continuation. What happens is they ramp first part of the year, and we don't see a lot of back testing in the prior year. And we consolidate almost for a full year. We'll get some gains for this year, but I think I saw someone up here, the Upland group, saying it's a stock pickers market this year. I agree with that. You're going to see rotation within that AI trade. If you don't want to pick these things, you don't have to. It's not just the stock pickers year. If you start looking at leaps on Qs and SPX in the 90s, what happened was we had this giant fucking ramp at the end of the bubble. And the easiest way to pick it was in Qs or in SPY. Like Qs actually underperformed as a whole in the middle, but it then came back raging at the end. So like leaps on Qs, leaps on SPX, if you don't want to pick them, or if you like pick the wrong stock. And there's an opposite side to what Upland Group said in Twitch, which is if you pick the wrong one, you're going to be fucked. And I'm going to warn you of something right now. I have it in my brief. Do you guys want to see some of this
US
shit?
stocks extend
Hold on
gains
here. I'll show you some
down
crazy ass shit.
1%.
Hold on a second. I got some cool shit for you guys. Hold on here. Can I see this post? Oh, I'll show you guys some shit. Hold on here. Shit that I haven't shown yet. Like you want to see you want a brief, or you want a yearly outlook teaser? Hold on. I got to go find it. It's here. Oh shit. Hold on here, guys. I hope oh my God, I hope it didn't roll off. You make so many posts on the website that I might have lost the brief. Please tell me I didn't lose the brief. Oh, fucking my face will melt off. I've got two briefs. I've got one on Word, and then I've got one on like Writer, and then I've got one on the website. I've got two different briefs. Or outlooks. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Please tell me hasn't rolled off. We dump these things. We dump our posts after like 60 posts. We post so many fucking posts. I hope I didn't fucking lose it. I'm going to show you guys something kind of neat here about this like stock pickers thing. Oh, fuck yeah, baby. Today's return on Ford alone was 4%. Not bad, not bad. I might have lost one of my briefs. I'm gonna cry if this is true. We started not holding older posts like recently. And I was like, yeah, it's fine, don't worry about it. Fuck me. Whew. Oh, I found it. Here, I'll show you this, okay? We'll keep this short and sweet here. Gather round. So this right here is I was able to pull tech stocks that performed well in the first bubble, in the first internet bubble, by year. And you'll get this from me here, but what I want, the key is, this is 1994. The key point about this is this shows the best performing tech stocks in 1994. This shows the best performing tech stocks in 1995. This shows the best tech stocks in 1996. Look at how low some of these are here. And I didn't show 1997 in here, but the greater point that I want to make to you here, the thing that matters even more, is that when you look back on the 90s, the internet bubble, if you look at all the best performing stocks in the tech bubble, they rotated top 50 performers, top 25, 50 performer, top 25 performers of the year every year. There were every year. So you got like 10 years of, you got 250 tickers that they rotated through, and only 10 made the leaderboard during those years. Some did not. And at the end of the bubble, there were like 6 to 10 stocks that made it to the end of the bubble and way outperformed everyone else. And then of those stocks, about 6 of the 10 wound up blowing up, like bankruptcy, you name it. It was really fucking bad. Like Pets.com would come to mind as one of those. what was fascinating was they rotated through the bubble in tech stocks. So where you're outperformed last year, and I'm not talking about NVIDIA, I'm talking about like NVIDIA and OpenAI when they launch should be something completely different, but they'll go crank and then comes dispersion. Even on those winners, we'll have a dispersion trade built into them. But what's even more fascinating though is like trying to be a stock picker in the mid 90s was fucking brutal. It was fucking brutal. And even some of the apparent winners, you only had a 50% chance of picking those. So when people were like, hey, I picked Apple back then, that's rare. It was super fucking rare. Amazon went like straight up, then straight back down to dispersion, then straight back up into the top, and then got hammered again, and eventually came back years later. So there's some information from the 90s that younger people like us don't have access to. We weren't there. I mean, I was there, but I wasn't trading it. There's a few of us in our group that were trading it, but my point stands that the easiest trade in the 90s was to get long for duration in Qs or SPY. It really was. It was the easiest trade. It didn't proof itself until the end, but it went fucking vertical. The other thing was that you always had another fucking buy-in on even your favorite stocks, like NVIDIA. You should get like 2 or 3 opportunities to buy a big fucking low. And whenever that bubble pops, you're likely going to get another goddamn low to buy in NVIDIA. So, something else that's fascinating about the 90s was, something else that was really fascinating about the 90s was, I went back and read, what the fuck is it called? I forget what it's called. The Internet Archives of discussions that took place after the bubble. And I think I posted links to some of them in the brief for this year. And the discussions range from what we're talking about today. What is OpenAI going to do with paying back $5 trillion in 5 years? They were saying that shit about Amazon. What is NVIDIA going to do about all this debt? All that shit was discussed. This is like fucking writing a fucking book and then saying, hey, I got the playbook, bro. We're going to run it again for the AI trade. And it's the same garbage. Same bullshit, same garbage. And it's hilarious because when you go back and read the hate for NVIDIA or the hate for Google or the hate for OpenAI, even though it's not public yet, what's fascinating is that those same arguments did not fucking prove true after 20 years. So the point I'm trying to make here is that you're going to get entry in those stocks at least 2 or 3 times. You don't have to pick them now. And what's even more fascinating is that even a decade later, so like 2007, and then 2009, and then 2020, it was the same fucking arguments, and yet people continued to come back
the
and
New York
kick
Times.
themselves.
They're sent to speak
There were
at the Minnesota
commentary in there
Economic
saying,
Club on Thursday.
well, their PE ratios are fucked, and their spend is fucked, and but guess what? I sold ticker Apple or ticker Amazon way too fucking soon. And then I read the most recent commentary on those same stocks. Now it's been 20 fucking 6 years, but even longer, 36 years, 30 years. If you started buying in 95, that's 30 fucking years. And then you look at what they're worth now after all these splits, dividends, you name it. Like, it's stupid. You spent $1,000 back then, and you're making fucking 30, 40, $60,000 on that $1,000 you spent. Well, some of them it's even higher, but it's ridiculous. So yes, it's a stock picker's market this year. There are easier ways to trade it, and you're going to get an opportunity to buy into these companies more than once. So if you don't feel safe doing this or entering the bubble, the easy trade is definitely indexes. You might not get paid until late. If you pick the right ones year in within a year, you can make a lot of money if you can identify them. There's a high probability that the shitco's that are in that mix will not make it year in, year out to the next year. You'll see new darlings each year. R3 coming into let's say R3 and R5 right up here, coming into a new all-time high. This is all in your brief for this year. You'll get it soon here. As soon as I'm fucking done with it. It's been a pain in the ass. It's been a real pain in the ass to write this thing. The bottom of this line is R2, R3, and the top of this line is R. I'll just draw some lines here for you. One right there. There's one right here. But I find it insane that I find it pure insane that it's the same shit talking. It's the same fucking shit. It's like there's no originality in this. It's like the same fucking conversation on repeat. It's like, oh, we're gonna run this same fucking playbook, and they're pulling out the fucking binders like Mitt Romney and setting up binders full of trades from the playbook from the early '90s to the late '90s. And it's fascinating to watch it play itself out today. And no one says, hey, we were saying the same shit back then. Same fucking shit. Not a fucking difference. Same fucking dog shit. And the only other thing I would say negatively would be don't get caught in it if you're in the wrong stock pick. You could be left behind forever. And in that brief, you'll see that I went back and looked at some of those tickers. And some of them are still being publicly traded to this day, like ramped up to $350, now trading $1.50 for the last 15 fucking years, like a slow progression for the last 30 fucking years down to like no money. So, anyways, I would say to you, if you're going to be a stock picker this year, be open to new stock picks for 2026, and you'll be looking to buy those stocks typically in the spring low. So between now and like April, if I was a stock picker, I would be looking for whatever all these spec growths that you see me post in the Discord. These are all spec growth tech not all of them, but most of them are spec growth tech companies. You should be trying to identify those in early springtime. You might have your favorite darling from 2025, and that fucking thing ain't never coming back. It's like accumulation distribution, or especially if it mooned. There's a high probability of it not coming back, and you'll see a new round of darlings this year and a new round of darlings next year. And whatever this year's low is, I would expect OpenAI to go public. I think it'll be in the fall, personally, but I think in the fall you'll see OpenAI go public, 2026, and it should go vertical. It should go fucking vertical into 27. It should carry the market, and then it'll come back down again. And it'll come back down a third time too. OpenAI will see a low. It'll take a while, but we'll get that down there again. You'll be able to buy it one more time. Do you have SATA drives? If you have, I want to. I'm sure I'm not wanna. I have a server at my house, but it's ghetto. Any Blade servers? I'd even drive to Ohio to get them. Oh, only smaller? If you guys ever get rid of any blade servers or anything like that, that's dope. Yeah, Winky, I want I am building a server room in my house. It's still not where it should be. I don't want to put the money out for the blade servers just yet. I should have done it 2 years ago, like Joe told me, and I didn't. That's dope as fuck. I've got I have like ragtag old PCs daisy chained, and then I've got like I don't have enough server or slots for them in my current configuration, so I have a lot of external drives, and I'm trying to get rid of them and go to blades and do, I forget what it's called, but where you have like I don't know, where you have like all your shit on one and then another copy of the copy, and then another copy of the copy. So you have like double backups or whatever. I'm not quite there yet. I did wire my whole house though. This new house, I just wired it. I wired the whole fucking thing, Cat 6, and then I started building server racks and all that kind of cool shit. I'm still running like old, not quite Celeron processors, but I'm running like old consumer PCs. Dude, I have 5,000 movies and maybe 1,000 TV shows with seasons. I have terabytes of video, music. I have documentaries. I have a bunch of videos from universities like MIT, Harvard, Yale. I have a ton of stuff on. I have my own intranet. If the internet ever goes down, I've got access to all that shit. Yeah, I got no porno on it. I've never done the porno thing. I probably should, though. It'd be worth some fucking money. I've never done porno. I probably should download porn and keep it separate, filed away somewhere, but I've never done that. But all my fucking storage devices are external drives. I hate them. They have a real high failure rate. And I didn't buy I was gonna buy a bunch of old PC towers that had a bunch of SATA drive or decks in there, and never did it. I never did because I was just gonna get blade servers instead, which is what I still want to do. Used blade servers, but I haven't found the deal that I want yet. That is a SATA drive. SATA drives are the dedicated hard drives that go inside the towers. No, I've never downloaded porn. Never have. Holy shit. You have a RAID 5, you dope motherfucker. You have RAID 5? I only have like 24. I only have 25% of what you've got. I'm gonna go up though. Like that's my other problem. A lot of my collection is was made for pre-large TVs, and now I have like 80-inch. I got a 120-inch movie theater screen, and I've got an 80-inch TV and a 65-inch TV. And all the old formatted movies and TV shows look like dog shit. And I know there's this other thing. I don't know, it's called Unbridled or something like that. I forget what it's called. Supposedly, like helps with the formatting for the new screen TVs, but I think I need to upscale all of my films or TV shows and movies to like HD and Blu-ray and all that shit.
At 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump is due to participate in a policy meeting. A reminder, it's a closed press event, so there will be no live stream.
Can I look at Avgo? Especially me saying, watch out for your favorite tickers.
Excuse me, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
I think it's fine. I like Avgo here. I like it. Avgo looks great. Daily triggers turning up. Daily triggers turning up. Hourly or weekly triggers turning up. I like it to go higher. I like it to trade 420. I like Avgo here. It looks great. Why don't you like Avgo here? They had a nice fucking hit at 423 on December 11th. What do you want out of Avgo? I like Avgo here a lot. Avgo had the new high on January 2nd. This is a prime candidate for moving higher, right? 1, 2, 3. Oh, you missed this one over here. Here, we'll look at Avgo together. You ready? I can look at Avgo now. You want to look at Avgo? What you want to do here? I'm going to give you guys a simple thing here. So I'm gonna make things simple for you. If you're like doing counts and stuff, you can just make a triangle. And it's real fucking simple. So you're looking to beat the prior high over here. You did. You see it, you beat it. Now you beat this one, right? So you got a bunch of different highs. You got this high. You got this one right here, which is kind of bullshit. I would say it's this one right here. And then you got this one right here. This one right here, because it's in cash market, like right there is another one. And then you got this one right here.
According to shipping sources, US and Venezuela in talks to send Venezuelan
looks
crude
great.
exports to the United
You beat
States.
your first one right here, right? There's your first one. You beat it. You have not violated this at all. So you're going to be looking for your next one right here, right? So you've got your 1, 2, right? 3, right? 4, there's your next one right here. And then 5 right here. So 390 would be the target. Now you get the 1, 2, 3 for early February. Feb 5, Feb 10. And then you do one more time, right? 1, 2, 3. I would say 1, 2. This would be a 1, 2, and then you're going to get trapped in here. This looks fine to me. I don't see any negativity here on Avgo. Does that make any sense? The structure looks fine and good. So you'd be looking for, 1, right? 2, 3 to beat this one here, but your 3 is usually the biggest one, so you could do it like this if you wanted to. And then one more right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get your correction in here. You just got to keep that, hold that. You go 1, 2, 3. And I think this is where you get trapped in. This is Feb OpEx. And you'll get your failure here. And that should trigger the fall for spring over here. Should. I can't tell you you're going to get that extra pop before we go down, but I wouldn't even fuck with this. I'd be out at that point. Target 418.52. By mid Feb OpEx, maybe March OpEx. Fairly easy. Hey, welcome, Calabrava. ASST parked right now. Holy shit. 3.63%. I feel like taking the money and running. I mean, 3.63%, how much can you fucking... Maybe I should just do like a, what is it, a cash secured put or something like that? Shall we sell forward maybe? Not yet. Not quite yet. Should we sell forward? This is why I fucking hate waiting. I am such a fucking whore. I'm like, God damn it, I hate the slow ride. 10 a.m. Kello Bravo might not have signed the instructions or signed the agreement for the thing yet. Is Kello Bravo actually in here still or no? Looks like he jumped inside the Discord, but Kello Bravo, if you're watching the show, you got to hit the agreement to the terms. And then you can chat. Go to the market chat.
NYMEX gasoline February futures settle at around $1.70 a gallon. NYMEX diesel February futures settle at around $2.08 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude February futures settle at $57.13 a barrel, down $1.19 or 2.04%. NYMEX natural gas February futures settle at around $3.35.
Oh, I gotta go potty. Let me take I haven't taken a piss all morning. Let me go potty really quick, and I'll be back with an expectation for tomorrow. 10 a.m. Bulls. 10 a.m. I gotta make sure that he's not hungover and sleeping right now. I fucking hate waiting. I'm like a degenerate myself. I fucking hate waiting. Like, the worst part about this Ford thing is that I'm staring at it. It's on my screen right there. So it's like right in my face. Normally I would just close that shit and like come back to it on a major high when everybody's freaking out. Like all the FOMOers are there. And I'm like opening shit, like big major low, like when Winky and David AMS shows up and it's like, oh God, all right, let's start fucking selling puts. But it's sitting here and I hate looking at it. I want you to go back and so listen, if you're joining us in the Discord, okay? If you're just joining the show right now, I want you to search my name, search Winky's name, Demi, a few other guys in there, Hopland group, search search these guys' names because this morning we posted outcomes and white papers and a whole bunch of shit that you need to read. There was a CPI thing, a NFP thing. There's an outlook for this SCOTUS decision on Friday. There's a shortened part of it. Then there's the white paper from JPM. Then there's a yearly outlook in there that it's worth a lot of money. So you should get your hands on that stuff and read through it so you can be same page as the rest of us. So when you're discussing things, you can say, hey, did you read this? Did you read that? That kind of stuff. It's turning up right now. It has not closed the dip, but I think it should still close the dip. I want to see it close 88 cents. Thank you for resubbing, whoever that was. Hey, happy fucking New Year, Poke the Juice Box. What's up, brother? What's going on, brother? A-Lab. A-Lab was on our list. Let me take a look at it real quick. A-Lab is one of our favorites around here. We love A-Lab. Ooh, I like it, dude. It just completed a correction. You got a 1, 2, 3 correction finished. Yes, I like A-Lab. Yes, I like it. Here. I like A-Lab here. Yes. Love it. I fucking love that stock, man. We've been talking about that shit for how long now? 3 fucking years. 3 years talking about A-Lab. Traded a high recently of $185 fucking dollars. God damn. A-Lab, we were talking about that $36, right? It had a high of 262 at one point. We said this, didn't we, at the start of the fucking thing, start of this bull market. We were like, we set the memes for Reddit, for Wall Street Bets, years in advance. Dude. What is this? God damn. We do make the, I think it's what Joey in remember in 2022, it's like Joe Harper understands this. Joe Harper understands this. In fucking, so I don't know, a long time ago, Joe Harper and his buddy were tracking ETFs of all the stock picks that I was given. And then they became memes on Reddit, on Wall Street Bets. And then when we went through 2022, I was like, I was like, watch, we're gonna do another ETF for this new bull market. I'm like, and watch, we're gonna write the memes before they hit the shitco memes before they hit Wall Street bets for this bull run. And almost every single fucking one of them, dude, they're all memes now on Wall Street bets again. Second time, Joey. A second time, brother. I love Helene's charts, by the way. She's like Helen Marin for me. She's like Betty White. I'd still hit that. Oh, no way. For real? I did not know that. I will have to buy one. I would totally buy one of her charts and mount it. Yeah. Did you like FTX too? Oh, FTX. Oh, UPS pumping. Man, I want to take all those gains and start selling some shit here. All those Ford gains. Oh, wait a minute.
Brent
Wait a
crude
minute.
futures settle at $60.70 a barrel, down $1.06 or 1.72%.
Coming into the target of 695.0. See if we can break up there and start consolidating. I gotta go potty. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think we'll hit it. Well, we could reject it the first time, but I'd like to see us pop over and I'd like to see it go something like this. New low and then come down. Sweep down just like that. I'm making a lot of money today. Well, so like we all trade our own trades, right? Like I went into like so problem child. What happened was my oldest daughter was a little bit more involved than I thought through Christmas, and then she was doing better towards New Year's, and she eventually asked me for friends to come stay with her, and I was like, oh, she doesn't need us around. So just before New Year's, I didn't care if the low was in or not. I cared more for the time for myself. It's the holidays, so you kind of like put a trade on and you walk away from it and enjoy your family and friends if you can, if you have any, or yourself. And you don't pay too much attention to the market. You have to have faith in that. So I placed my trade. I went on a little short ski vacation. I'm catching a print right now. I didn't have to fight for money and not enjoy myself, staying with the market and stuff. And so I'm pretty happy right now. That's why I'm laughing. You can't do that all year long, and it's nice to be able to do it right now. Because it gets crazy. There's parts of the year where it's just like you have to be like man the market and all that kind of shit. So it's kind of nice to be able to just take a breather. I didn't really take a vacation this year. Like I traveled a lot this year, but it was mostly business or business and pleasure at the same time. So it's kind of nice to just like this year for me has been very busy. So like just taking that breather with my wife and youngest daughter. It was really nice to spend time with my youngest daughter too, more specifically. I don't get a lot of time alone with her, but it's always like family, always family right now. We still do everything as a unit. So having just that little break with my youngest daughter was like really good. So I'm like really happy coming back in the market. I thought we'd sit sideways all week long, and we're making progress already early. I didn't think we could squeeze until Friday or Monday or something. It's kind of nice to see the progress this early. I'm just kind of happy. You know what I mean by that? Like, I hate fucking sitting on like a screen like till Friday, or I'll do it all year long, but there's windows in the market where it's easier not to. I don't know who that is calling me. I gotta go potty really quick. I'm holding it in. I'm like shaking my ass and stuff. I'm about to start pissing down my leg. I'll be right back with you guys.
According to Fitch Ratings, US actions in Venezuela have limited impact on North American oil producers. Nvidia CEO Huang says H200 production flowing through lines. Nvidia CEO at Industry Conference does not expect formal announcement of Chinese approval for H200 shipments. Fitch says they expect oil prices to decline further in 2026 from 2025 levels, largely due to OPEC plus market share recapture. Nvidia CEO says expects to learn of Chinese regulatory approval of H200 shipments to China through purchase orders from customers. Fitch on US actions in Venezuela says Canadian crude exports might face pricing pressure in an unlikely event that Venezuelan crude supply ramps up rapidly. We have posted the article from Fitch Ratings on the feed for those interested. Nvidia CEO Huang says the company should have a very good year. Nvidia CEO says it appears H200 will contribute to growth.
I guess that supply coming in. You see it?
Nvidia says Hopper cloud pricing is going up and showing demand.
She wants nothing to do with that, does she? My cat is my cat was sitting on the back of this chair, and then I came back and she was like, "I'm out of here. Get me out of here." Okay, what are we doing here? Let's get rid of everything. We're going to give expectations after the bell. And we're going to look at tomorrow. Well, we'll mark some things over here. Go to, hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, I got a glass of bourbon. I've done good today. That's awesome. Hold on here. Calendar. Treasury Secretary Besson to speak at Minnesota's Economic Club on Thursday, per New York Times. See if there's anything else I need to see here. Well, thank you. Okay. What do you got here? Let's put this back for a minute. Let's look at the week again. I always like looking at this. So we've got the up, down, up, down, up. You know, up, down, one more, right? You can see it right there. Push higher. 1, 2, 3, question mark, right? Or does it get front run? Down and then suck in all these suckers, right? We'll start with this one right here because we know that this one matters. We must hold this right here. Well, not must, but we want to put this one in down here too. I want you to look at this just like this right here, okay? I want you to look at, so we're up under this level right here. It's like, this is the FOMO push, right? And then we start coming, this on a weekly basis, then we start coming in 1, right? 2. Maybe, right? There's 2, and then there's 3, 705. So you got 1, 2, and then 3. Another way to look at this would be this is your 1, your 2, and your 3. I don't think that's true, but I think it's more like this. I think it's this big candle right here. That's the big push. 1, 2, and then 3 to 705.
XAI says they raised $20 billion in Series E round, exceeding their $15 billion target.
You can see I don't like this right here. I always like these to stay up. I never like the
XAI says strategic
wicking down
investors
here.
in the round include Nvidia and Cisco
But it
investments.
happens. You get raging pissed and whatever. Start looking at stuff like this, right? That's May. Call it March right here. There's your 705 right there. You see it? 705, and then you get your last one up here. This could go all the way down, of course. Could go all the way down here, but I don't like it when it does that.
XAI says
Theoretically,
Grok
you
5
can
is
come all the way
currently in
down here.
training.
This would be much farther down, of course. I don't like it personally, but we'll get rid of this for now. Get rid of that for now.
According to sources, oil CEOs expect to visit the White House on Thursday for a meeting on Venezuela.
So this is your first one right here. It's somewhere up here, right? Something like that, right? We have some reason to go up. This is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Right there. $10 a.m. There's your 705 up there. Let's look at daily velocity. I don't know where that is. Nice recovery. You know, I want to show you guys something here. You guys want to see a top of a market? We talked about this a lot, where everything peaks at the same time. You know, your weekly gets strong, your Friday close is strong, your daily is strong, your monthly is strong. You know, these are all kind of matching up, and that's a nice. That comes into a nice, like, you know, spring low in here, right? They're all matching up. This looks standard and normal. This all looks good. You like seeing that uniformity on that upside. Let me just check this really quick. That's the 4 hour. Here's the day. What is this right here? 26th of December. Okay, right here. So the first big thing we want to see here is this is your cup. And this is all we need to do. Let's be honest. At this point, nothing else needs done. We broke the high here with a new high. We can extend this, but there's no requirements. And then we're just looking for this right here. Right? Your cup and your handle, right? Basically, right? That's what we're looking for. You could also do this one right here. Somewhere right in there. You can kind of see it up here. There's an extension up there. There's an extension right here. There can be an argument made that it's somewhere right in there. You see it? Wick here, wick here, wick here. Wick right here. See where they sold us right here. So they tried to sell us down. You see it right there? So they're going to try to sell us down there again. They're going to try to sell you down up here too. Make sense? Well, what did we do the last time down here? We ramped. You see it? We just went straight up here. So there can be an argument made that we go straight up again. Just up. Right up there. There's no requirement we come back here. Though it would be nice to come back. So what we'll do here is we're going to look at this in an hour. And the one problem that we have here, if there is a problem here, the one problem that we have here is whenever we make new highs, it usually signifies a top. So where you get a new high right here, they extend it. You'll notice too that they did the same thing right here. Big new high, it just goes. So there's no requirement for a pullback, I'll be honest with you. We could go vertical just right here. There is no need. You just go straight. You just price the whole thing in. That's viable. I want you to know that's viable. Except for small pullbacks. You can see it right here. We sit on the hourly trigger. We sit on the hourly trigger. So where is the hourly trigger right now? It's right here. It's right here. So what we'll do is we'll draw this kind of like this, okay? Oh, wait a minute. We've got some 10 a.m. action tomorrow. Wednesday we have ISM. I'll be honest with you guys. ISM and Jolts, I don't know if it matters. If I had to guess between ISM and Jolts versus SCOTUS, does not matter. Does not matter. SCOTUS is everything. There's SCOTUS. You also have 8 a.m. You have NFP. And claims on Thursday at 8:30 and non-farm productivity on Thursday. But I don't think claims matters. I think claims is probably the one that doesn't matter. If I had to put ratings of what matters the most, the least that matters is claims. Claims matters less than... Okay, we got some volatility here, don't we? If I had to rank these, most important, SCOTUS. Next most important, NFP. Next most important, ISM Jolts. Least important, claims. So if I had to take a guess, you are looking for something like this. We'll call this something like this for your hourly trigger. And then something like this right here. That's what I'm going to guess. Now let's look at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now this is big here. So I would like to go above this. And I would like to be parked right here. Personally. This is your 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this could be lower. This could actually be lower. I didn't measure it, but I'm assuming it's, something like this. Something like this. It could be more like this. There's your 7,000. Let's change this out here, and what we'll do is we'll look for the 7,000. 700, excuse me. Now, the one thing I want to say to you would be that if we jump above this here, this can trigger, this can be the trigger for call rolling higher. So here's your 703, here's 705. This is when you're rolling your calls. The only other warning I would give to you would be 1 and 2% up on the day of. We front run it here The announcement came right in here. So let's look at what 2% is. You know, right? That's 2%. So we are pricing in the best outcome right now. We're pricing it in. In most scenarios, no matter what happens, it's going to be sell the news. The only other thing I would say to you on this would be, the only other thing I would have to say to you on this would be, the only other thing I would have to say to you on this would be, so we pop it up tonight, right? This is 10 a.m. For jolts, we come back down right here. Potentially. We don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. You guys know where it is. And you can kind of see it right here. Kind of see something similar, right? You pop it up, pull it down, then grind, and then down, right? It's kind of that same thing, right? So you see like the grind up into Monday and then the roll down here to close this stuff up, right? 1, 2, 3. Be really careful of this, just for a call rolling. Now, what's fascinating about this, if you hit 700, you start rolling your calls out to 710. Once they're done buying those calls, we'll roll. I promise you, we'll fucking roll. The other thing, too, to consider is OpEx. This looks like a prime target for OpEx, doesn't it? Even if we're down, come back up for OpEx, pin 700 for Jan OpEx. Makes sense. Pin 700 for Jan OpEx, and then maybe we make one more leg down into the beginning of the year. So you get a zigzag unclench into the beginning of February. New flows come in, and if they're still buying for February for continuation, we'll make the attempt for 710, 715. You're gonna hear the beating drums too. I want you to know that. Like when we hit 700 and we're rolling calls to 705, you're gonna have people out there telling you, I served you, asshole, and no, you're not trading 710, and no, you're not. We know there's gonna be a trap up there. I'm gonna tell you right now, there's gonna be a trap up there. There's gonna be a trap when you're trying to roll your calls to 710. There's gonna be a trap at 715. They're going to try to trap you in. And as we get closer to at least early to mid February, time is on your side as a buyer. As we get closer, though, you're going to hear the drum beats to like Jan 5, Jan 18, 20. The drum beats will start, and you're going to start second guessing yourself. So you've been given the opportunity during Christmas, New Year's, to be way ahead of the curve for upside exposure so that you're not or it's not hurting you. I wouldn't even say hurting. I told you to get long for the Christmas trade. I told you could get in and out twice if you wanted to. I told you to get long again. You had another opportunity for New Year's to go up into the beginning of the year. I told you we could go back and watch those videos if you ever want to. So I'm going to tell you something else right now. As we come into Jan OpEx, middle of February, early February, middle of February, you would have wanted to be long in December and early January so that when you get to those time periods for earnings season, you're not coming to me and saying, hey, Cap, can I get long for this earnings call? Because I'm going to make video. I'm going to show you charts and say, well, you could squeeze up on this earnings, but in reality, I want to buy it way down here. So I want you to think about that as we get closer and closer and closer. Can I get long, Cap? What about this, Cap? Oh my God, there was another low on one day during New Year's. You could have been out partying. There's all year long to be focused on this stuff. When you're given the opportunity to take it, to enjoy your friends, family, yourself, whatever you do, you place your trade, you walk away. You put on a call spread or time on a call, and you walk the fuck away. There's nothing going on in the market while you're gone. Now, some of you are out there day trading, and I think that's great and fine. Some of you make all your money in these time periods. But for the rest of you out there, and especially this upcoming year, what we're focusing on is when do those windows start to close for tops or bottoms. And I want you to think about as we're getting closer into Jan OpX, early February, you're going to hear the drum beat of the top is in, the top is in. Even if we were to extend into March to the upside, I would say to you to, it starts to turn against you. We get a little bit more cap, sure, but where are you long from? Are you long from fucking December? Or are you just starting along, when everybody else is starting to shift towards, let's take the money and run? So, it looks like they're pricing this in. This looks like the target. If you get a chance to buy a dip down here, you can still look out into March, catch a print in February or January. You still have time. Everything is not lost here. So I want you to think about that stuff in here. Like, do I care about this stuff? Nope. It still went up, still going up. Easy layup trades. Can't be missed. So when we're like we're up here and we're like, let's say this is fucking January, it's like your ER is right here and your favorite stock's right here. Hey, Cap, can I get a squeeze here? Okay, where did you get in long? I'm getting long right here. What about way the fuck back in December? Why didn't you take that whole trade all the way up? You know what I mean? So I want you to think about that as we come into earnings season, as we come into seasonal weakness. I want to show you guys something really quick here. Oh, hold on here. And I don't care if we go up into March. I want to talk to you about something simple. This is a free chart. We're going to look at this one right here. It's really fucking simple. Really fucking simple. Nope, hold on. Can I change the month here? We're going to do SPOOs. Let's do SPY. Doesn't matter what we do. Do SPY. We can do Qs. You can do this on your own. Right there. Same scale. This is fairly easy. I wish they had 2021 on here. I don't know if I can add that or not, but because they got 2026 on here. But 2021 is basically the same thing right here. Okay? 2021 looks just like this. Just like this. And what's most important about this that I want you to look at is, can I get the screen larger? What I want you to look at is this February here. You see how you still have like roll, grind and roll. You have one time period we went up into March, but then we rolled. And we also rolled early, and this is a bear year. The one bear year, but the one that you can't see, we went up. Like 4 went up, 1 went down. My point to you here, the most important point here is that it does not matter. You can see it there, maybe. It does not matter if we grind higher or not. Does not matter if we roll. Does not matter if we blast down. What matters is that you're aware of this time period. Like, let's say we do the green one right here. Now, we can stay long here, but it's like, okay, boom, March, we got a high. What's more important is down here. Wherever that is, wherever this is, wherever this is, wherever that is, all this area. This is like late March, early April. It used to be May. Like go away, come back. I was like May or like it's like go away in May or some shit. Like rain in May or rain in May or whatever. You get long in actually May. It's now earlier. It's like it's been April, not so much May. So it really doesn't matter. Here's April. So April lows, right? My point here is that even if we don't go down, you're looking to get long in April to go up. You're looking to get it long in April to go up. You're looking to get long in April to go up. And furthermore, if we don't make new highs in April, do we go down in May and June? We have another 2022. So the key here is like take your money and run. If we lose the hourly and the daily trigger, you know to close. So you're like long from December into January, February, March. If at any point we lose the daily trigger and the hourly, you lay off the market and you just wait for April, May. You don't even have to be correct. You're just hanging out in April, May going, hey, can we buy the dip cap? I'm telling you right now. In April, May, we're going to be selling or sideways. And all of us should be here waiting for the low. We should come back into the market in like April, May, and you'll see Winky, and you'll see David AMS, and you'll see me, and you'll see Upland Group, and you'll see Demi, and you'll see all these other cast of characters, John L. You'll see Jimmy Berry. You'll see Condor LVR. You'll see everybody waiting while you're trying to fucking catch a dollar or two. While the rest of us are like, let's start selling. Let's get down to a low. Let's get into April, May. Let's see if we can buy a bottom or not. And if not, are we going to start breaking down and having a bad year, right? So I want you to think about that right now. Today is only January 6th. I want you to be thinking about like transitioning from, hey, did you buy a fucking low in December, man? For the holiday trade or the Christmas trade? You know, I don't know, Cap, I want this. I don't know, man. That's scared and all this other stuff. And now we're heading to the other side where you're bulled up. I don't know, Cap. I just want to get that last fucking ER in, bro. And you're probably the same fucking guy, not just putting on a holiday trade and walking away. So I want you to think about that. As I don't want to make this video right now so I can play it for you in April and May and go, remember that fucking video I made on Jan 6th? Or remember that video I made for you during December 20th, 25th? Video I made for you on December 28th. You know, these things come true. Enough that even when I'm wrong, I'm going to be right the other 9 times. Make sense? I want you to think about that when you're trading right now into springtime. And the whatas, couldas, shouldas, maybes, whatabouts, possibly. Twitter told me this. Bloomberg told me that. I don't give a fuck. And you shouldn't either. You want to be running with the market. And even if you're wrong, you have rules and tools to prove that for you. Hey, we should trade into March this year. Start losing the hourly and the daily. You already know. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. You know what I mean? So you stay with the market. And if your rules and tools are breaking, you know, hey, it's time to go. We're out of here. And you use seasonality even if it's not accurate. Even if it's like, we went up into March or we sold in January. You don't give a fuck when it happens in January, February, March. You just know that it happens in that window. And you don't care if it's really deep. You don't care if it's sideways. You just know to wait until we exit that window. And how you follow seasonality is usually with some rules and some tools. And not getting caught up and saying stupid shit. I'm going to be honest with you. We're going to get into this year of streaming of telling you the truth. No one wants to hear what you have to say about, we just keep going up or down. You know what I mean? We come into these seasonal things and everyone else is looking at you like, what the fuck is that guy talking about? And look at, I made a bunch of money in this one day upside. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I'll be honest with you. Market does not care. You're right sometimes and you're wrong more. Nobody cares because of that. They all fucking know that the law of averages is against you. They know that you're the fucking supply. You fucking pay me. Do you want to pay me? Do you want me to take your fucking money in the stock market every day? I'm assuming no. And if that's the fucking truth, then trade with me, please. And as we continue to trade these years, and especially this year moving forward, you know, that you can be a rock star for a minute or a day or something, but that's not how you make money consistently over the years. And this year in particular, we're going to spend time with not giving any money back to the market unless you choose to. We're going to spend time selling options to suckers. We're going to spend time this year where even if you fucking are wrong, you're still going to make more money. Even when you're wrong, you don't give your money back to the market. You're selling options to suckers this year. And we're going to try to roll that into a program so that for the rest, you know, next 5-10 years or so, you get to walk away and say, I have money in my pocket. Whether you're expressing this through SPY, Qs, Ford, your favorite stock, whatever it is you're doing. I'm not saying you need to do Ford at all. But we need to spend a year about you not giving any more fucking money back to the goddamn market. We've learned last year how to stay with the markets, and this year we're going to learn how to what? Make a fucking living off the stock market. And if you're young enough and you can put that money away, pack it away for 5, 10, 20, 30, 40 years, depending on how old you are, you can then be a degenerate. You can then buy a house. You can then retire, no matter what the market's doing. No matter what the market's doing. So that's the goal. And I want you to understand that as we move forward into this, into these time periods like January OPEX, February, earnings season. What is everybody else doing? Like this year should be focused on you never giving a fucking dollar back. You might not make as much as the next guy. You might have missed out on this down move or up move, but I want you to know that this year we're going to spend time on never giving a fucking dollar back to the market. Not unless you want to. In time and duration is your friend. And if we start seeing like the daily trigger crossing through, we start seeing some kind of fucking nonsense where the daily trigger's like blasting through, we'll adjust to that too. Start seeing that big roll over there. You start seeing this fucker coming straight through and we're all wrong. Market's going to crash. It's horrible. We're not going to get caught in that. I sold fucking calls above. We're not getting caught in that. Ever. And you're going to be a rock star. I'm going to know you in 10, 20 years. And you're going to say, Captain, you changed my fucking life. And I learned a bunch of shit you don't practice or do, but they're tools. Those tools are working awesome for me. But you don't need to be that complicated. It's not a hard thing. Like really simple. How to make money in the stock market is a simple thing. Everybody complicates it. You just don't need to. There's just no requirement to do that. So I want to be here with you in 5 or 10 years, and you say, hey, Cap, I'm rich, bro. Oh, Cap, I know so much more than you do about this topic now, or this other topic, or whatever. I earn income, Cap, every fucking month, bro. Every 2 months, every 3 months, every 6 months, every year. And I get to go be a degen. You're funding my life. I got to quit my job, my career. You know what a nice moniker is? He's a community member that gives back. That's nice. Gives back. I live in this town and I'm able to donate, volunteer, took care of children, husband, all those things. I got to take care of my cocaine addiction. I got to take care of my fence addiction. I got to take care of my gambling addiction. I got to take care of my house addiction, my sailboat addiction, my speedboat addiction, my airplane addiction, my travel addiction, whatever it is that you like and love or want to be remembered by, or the difference you want to make in the world. We're going to go into this year and show you how to do it. Follow along with me the next 5 or 10 years. Please do. We're gonna change your life. You know, this isn't like big rock star cool stuff. I know it's simple, but just follow along. And then have your side trades and your side bets, or buy a house, or whatever it is you're gonna do. And I think that's what the next 5 years is going to be about, is how to create wealth for yourself. And you decide what you do with it. So we're looking at this upside move here into tomorrow's open at 10 a.m., maybe one more pop higher. Within this move higher, we can get down here. It's 334 right now. We can flush everybody out and stay on track up here. 10 a.m., nice little flush down. Maybe 9:30 start selling
discussing
9.
a range of options for acquiring Greenland and utilizing the
Make
U.S.
this 8
military
a.m., 9
is
a.m.
always an option.
Flush them
Trump
down
and his
again.
advisors are discussing options including purchasing the territory
Flush them
from
down again, they're
Denmark
up
or
and outta here.
forming a compact of free
could be-
associations with the island.
Voice news disconnected.
There could be a small drag in here. Like you're pricing it all in, then you're trapped in here, and then you're living and dying by the sword of SCOTUS decision. The highest probability is it gets struck down. So you ramp this fucker up. Let's say Trump gets pissy. You don't care. You're out. You don't care if it goes up higher. You're out. You made your money, the easy money. You made the easy money. You're not getting fucking long here. I mean, you could with some winnings, I guess. Close your longs and get some 0 dates. But don't miss all this, and then blow yourself up because the market bloodbaths. You're the supply again. You know what I mean by that? I didn't take that trade, didn't take that trade, didn't take that trade, but now I'm sitting here with my only $10,000, and all of a sudden I'm the clown now. I'd rather you say, hey, this blew up. This ramp trade blew up, right? Big implosion. Nuclear explosion, I guess. I don't know what that is, but my 0 dates blew up, but I made a bunch of money over here, Cappy. Oh my God, I went to the moon, Cap. I made this and this. Don't want to think about that when you're up there too, right? If you're just like, oh my God, I didn't buy the dip. 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 It looks so bullish now. I want to buy the dip. Where? Right fucking here, Cap. Okay, did you get like 6 or 3 or 4 good trades before that to fund that? No, Cap. I was too scared. If that's the case, you got to wait. When we're up here, you probably got to be waiting for the next jackknife down. Or whatever the fuck that is over there. Close the gap, you're back down here again. You can try again. So I want you to think about that as we move forward from here. Here are the expectations. You want to snap these for at home, you can. Looks like we're pricing this in early. It's time or price. We have a window. This could extend into Monday. I want you to think about one other thing. Let's say we get this like 700 up here. Let's say we get a good SCOTUS decision at 10. Let's say we get and nobody cares about NFP, let's say, right? 10 a.m. And let's say we go down over here. Let's say we go just like this. They shank this, but we hold. All of a sudden, SCOTUS comes in good. It's still the same trade. SCOTUS comes in good, right? We're like fade the reaction at 11 a.m. All of a sudden, we're ramping up here. Ramping into Monday. 700, 705 on a Monday. So if you're even trying to trade this, you might want some time on the trade. Hey, Cap told me 10 a.m. we're at 700, and in reality, they're printing it on Monday open. You wake up Monday and it's like sitting here on Monday, and all of a sudden it's ramp 705, and that's the real sell. So put some time. Won't be like I'm buying 2 dates to Friday close. I'm gonna get OTMs 700Cs. Those 700Cs are 0 on Friday close. 0. So maybe you get like 700s for next week, 695s for next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks out, call spread. You can put an extra week on it. Easy trading. So even though I got this here, you got a window. The window is until Monday. I would say Wednesday of next week. You want to be like really generous? Wednesday of next week. That's your window to go 705. Like, so this thing here, all the way over there. Time or price in a window. I don't think it takes that long, but you get the gist, right? I would love for it to happen for all on Friday. I'd love for it to all happen by 10 a.m. on Friday. Takes until Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. No problemo. I can wait till then. I want you to structure your trades for that too. And then if you want to gamble with 0 dates, you can. Then you got to trade on with a capture for Wednesday of next week. And I saved a little bit of money to do 0 date degenerate stuff. Okay, I start like thinking about something going wrong. If you're on sell side, same shit. You're looking for that topping, right? Looking for that hourly trigger, start blasting underneath it, get short, sell calls. Make sense? Same thing on sell side. Put this back right here, make it a 1. Parked on R. $1,600. You want to know where we closed today? Right here. Close right there. Right here. 692.36, my view. And I think it's pop and drop tomorrow. I think we pop and drop at 10 a.m. I think we pop into like 9:30. Hopefully they don't come and sell at 8:30. If you're long in tomorrow, be fearful of like 6 to 8 a.m. If I was a London guy, I'd be trying to sell. They might hang out until 9 or 10, but I can't say that London will hang around. If we go high enough here, they'll try to sell it before we get to 10 a.m. No, that's what I would suspect. Yeah, smoking 2 cigarettes at once. There's a trap in here for bulls. Cash market bulls is a trap in here, more than likely. And then I would make you fucking bleed out for like a day and a half. I'd park us sideways right until 10 a.m. for Friday. And you'd live and die by that SCOTUS thing. I think you're going to be fine on SCOTUS. But I would park our asses. What would say is tomorrow's Thursday? Wednesday, excuse me. I would park us on Wednesday. start running up on Thursday, price in Friday on Thursday, and then and then I would set you up for failure on Friday morning for SCOTUS. Park us like I would like on the close on Thursday, park us and fade us, and then live and die by the sword come Friday. Something like that. I'd try to murder your asses on Wednesday and Thursday cash market. That's what I would do, or at least the morning. We've been going up early mornings, but I don't think that's going to happen Wednesday, Thursday. I think Wednesday, Thursday is pain day for bulls. If I had to guess. What Wednesday is like pain day for bulls. So just watch out for pain day. Fuck yeah, trade Summer me. I told him to watch IWM for the squeeze this morning. He made 850% today in the Discord. Congratulations in the Discord, by the way. I know you guys made a fuck ton of money today. At one point, we were up 6% on Ford. Pretty good. Pretty happy. Congratulations to you out there. I just want you guys to be like, I want you guys to be, I want you to be wealthy. I want every one of you to be wealthy. I really do. Like, you just like generate income. You don't even have to run the whole wheel. It's like too easy to make money selling options to suckers. It's too easy to sell puts to a fucking doomer bear, you know? It's too easy to sell calls to a FOMO bull. It's like just too fucking easy. You don't even have to be right that day. You can just be right in like a week or two. We can like plunge down for another day or two, or plunge up for a day or two or a week or two, and you're still going to be right. So, you know, it's really nice to, and as a matter of fact, if you're a bear, it's a beautiful time of year. You got your seasonal weakness coming up in the next few weeks. So congratulations to you if you're a call seller. Hold on, let's have a toast really quick. It's been a good payout today, so. Yeah, the easy money train is nice. You goddamn right, Goliath. You goddamn right. I love making fucking money in the stock markets, dude. Like, I fucking love it. I do. Like, it is nice to go out and do whatever the fuck you want. It feels good. It feels good not to worry about anything. It really does. It feels awesome. If you've never felt that feeling where all your bills are paid, your debt is paid off, it fucking feels great. And it might not be there one day. So if you can do that, there's nothing like it. It's fucking life changing. Whatever it is that you like. Everybody likes something different. Some people, I know guys that build houses in the middle of fucking nowhere. I know guys that buy big jet boats. I know guys that own airplanes. You know, like what is it? If it flies, fucks, or floats, I only like to rent it. But, you know, wealthy guy doesn't have to do that, right? Wealthy guy's like, I own the fly, the float, and the fuck. So, you know, you can do whatever you want, but this is the easiest thing you can do in your life. Trade the stock market, generate income. Easiest thing you can do in your life. It really is. Generate income. I'm going to a I have to get my head on straight. I'm going to a sweat lodge with a commune January 10th. My friends around me have been to sweat lodges, and they're all hippy dippy shit. Not really quite hippie. It's weird. Like I've had like a small percentage of friends that are hippies. I only try to keep like 10 or 20% of my friends hippies, but then the other like 80% are like the tech bro crowd, hippie crowd. They're like fake hippies. So I'm trying to like get centered the first time. Well, not the first time. I did yoga, and I went to some big counseling years ago. But I'm going to a sweat lodge to Sweat Lodge to touch base with my spirituality next week. Is it next week? So I'm gonna do the commune thing. I gotta get right with myself and the world. I've been trying to like I was talking to Winky about this. He's been doing the same thing and trying to remove ourselves from the internet a little bit. You don't get many opportunities all year long to do that. So if you get like a week or two to just get away from the internet, like couple weeks, just like fuck the internet, just kind of like tune out. You know, I was reading, or yesterday, I'll give you an antidote. You guys know I'm a Democrat, right? In Lansing yesterday, where I live, there was a girl that was a young woman, I should say, not a girl, a young woman that was protesting in Lansing, and she held up traffic in the middle of the main streets in the capital. And they caught a video of her getting arrested on the sidewalk, and it looked like it looked like Russian Gestapo was arresting her. But the truth was, she had already broke the law prior to that. Now I realize the police want to stifle whenever they can. They use the opportunity to do something negative towards her and look horrible on film and stuff. But how it was presented yesterday was like she was just some woman on the street and she got picked up by Gestapo. I hate that shit because it's presented to me like it was something that it wasn't, and it just shows me that I can't trust anything. Something that makes me happy or sad, angry, joyous, nothing. It's all fucking bullshit these days. So you should think about that if something makes you happy or something makes you angry. No matter what your politics are, or your religion, or your creed, or your nationality, or your culture, whatever it is, just note that even things that are there to make you angry or happy, probably not true. All of it, probably not true. There's probably some kind of fucking bullshit in there. And so that's why I've been like pushing off. And I think I was talking to Winky about it earlier, like, or the past couple of days, I've been talking about it, and it's like, I got to detox from the goddamn fucking world right now. I got to go skiing. So I went skiing, did that, touch grass, talk to people. Those times of year for that. So I'm going to a sweat lodge to someone was saying join a commune in the Discord. So yeah, I'm gonna go visit a commune. Of course, I'm never gonna be a commune guy or a hippie, but I just need to get my head straightened again, so you can see what the truth is. Coming into 4 p.m. right now. We touched it almost to a penny. 692.31, 692.37, pretty close. I want you guys to have a great afternoon. I want to, even just our just conversation. I don't care what your politics are. I don't care if you're MAGA. I'll talk to you. We're friends. I'll fucking drink beer and go shooting with you. I'll go hunting with you. I'll go fishing with you. Whatever it is you do. Drive a 4-wheeler with you. I want you to know something, though, no matter who you are. You and I are plebs. I want you to know that. No matter what you think out there, you and I are fucking plebs. You know, if you think about like the top 1% or top like 0.01%, there's a guy that lives in Fremont. He makes $600,000 a year, $700,000 a year. That's in the 1%. That fucking guy probably drives a Honda, probably rents. He's not far away from you. So if you think you're outside of the realm of being a pleb, you're probably wrong. We're all just plebs. Not all. There's a very majority percentage of us are plebs. And whether we're fighting with each other or whatever out there, try your best to see that we're all being lied to, no matter what our takes are in the world. I want you to think about that in this time of year. We're coming out of Christmas and New Year's, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Festivus for the rest of us, starting a new year. I want you to think this year, everything that you read, watch, and see and consume, everything. I want you to just look at the source and just spend 5 minutes and just dig a little bit deeper and see if it's exactly as it was presented to you. I want you to like think about that. Like, how was it presented to me? Why was it presented to me? No matter what you believe in. And start to like dig in this year, this new year, into like, I believe this stuff, and like let's say I'm MAGA and I believe in these MAGA things, and then I'm still being fed bullshit. I want you to think about that, because it poisons who you are and what you are. It poisons me, who I am and what I am. And you run around, poisons, but you start to look like a fucking idiot, right? I look like a fucking idiot. And I don't want to look like a fucking idiot, nor do you, right? And what you think. You want to be able to defend your arguments and defend the things that you believe in. And I want you to think about that in this upcoming year. And this is not hard stuff. If there's something that makes you angry or very happy, I want you to just go and look just a little bit deeper, no matter what it is. We've got raging unemployment, or I can't pay my bills. I want you to like dig deeper and find out why that is, and not just take what you're being fucking shovel fed anymore. This year in particular, 2026, 2027, and maybe even more in 28. I want you to start thinking about that stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Are we going to tag it? I want you to think about this stuff this year. This is everything that you consume. It's becoming absurd. It's almost like, I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I can't trust even stuff that I want to hear or see. I can't trust anything. We just tag that. Just a little bit more. Just give me, just hit it to the penny. Just give me that right here. Just give me that. Just touch it. Oh yeah, touch that white line right there. Go ahead, do it. Touch it. Right on the closest. Touch it. No, don't do that. Wrong way. Up. Nope. No. Just touch it for. Just touch it. This is like me begging my wife after a long date and she's tired. Please, just don't fall asleep. Don't do it. I know you ate and I know you had a great time. No, dancing was great. You promised all these fun things afterwards. God damn it. What time are the kids coming home in the morning? What time do I have to wake her up at? Yeah, Bliss, I think it doesn't matter where you fall on anything these days. Like, I don't think it matters where you fall on things. Everything is fucking crazy. Like, it's all meant to, like, and you're just like, I got to put my blinders on, or I got to get a break. So if you have that opportunity to do that, we still have time, is my point. You still have, like, a week left here. Like, we got a week or two until Wall Street actually gets back into business. Like, they say they're back, but truthfully, they ain't back for another couple weeks. So if you get like a chance to like to detox yourself even from your safe place. If you guys are like, oh dude, I only hang out in this fucking thing where I hear what I want to hear, just like detox yourself from that. Just for a minute, breathe. It doesn't make you a bad person, doesn't make you wrong. Just like try to detox. And it actually helps your beliefs. And you can come back and say, that's all bullshit over there, bro. Stop pushing that stuff. Look at this stuff over here. You know what I mean? I want you to think about that this year. If there's something to think about this year. And I think that coincides really well with selling options. I think it sits really well with selling options to people. Like owning the market, generating income, listening to all the stories from people about this is going to happen and that's going to happen. And you're just like, yeah, fuck you, man. Here's some calls, bro. Here's some puts. Put your money where your mouth is. Oh, thanks. I'll take the money for selling you that option. And that's what I want you to think about this year is cutting through the bullshit. Cutting through the bullshit. 2026. Cut through the bullshit. And the truth is, if you want to be successful in the market, you own the market. If you're going to be successful in the market, you're going to sell options. And you're going to listen to bullshit from everybody all year long. And you're just going to be like, hey, man, I made a bunch of money this year. I didn't make as much as you did, bro. But I made a lot of money. And I didn't give anything fucking back to anybody. And I listened to a lot of bullshit this year. And I think that's what the theme is for 2026 is cut through the fucking bullshit. Make sense? I just got busted. You should have said add more. Oh, here we go. Horse trading. Should I be selling? Should I sell fucking some calls right here? I would love to sell some fucking calls right here. So bad. I'd love to sell Ford calls right now. God, I just want to sell some Ford calls right here. So bad I want to sell some Ford calls. Beautiful fucking day on Ford. Not going to do it. Not yet. Soon, not yet. If we traded like 1403 in the close, I would. I'd sell some fucking calls at $14.03. Sell some calls up there. Still didn't hit the target though. Didn't hit 692.36. I'll see you all tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. You guys have a great night. Cut the bullshit.